it's not Geninga, okay.
Yes, it's a team. I think it's been collected by Sergeant Mulauzi this
This is what?
or Mongwe. Mongwe. It's been collected by Sergeant Mongwe.
Oh, I see. He doesn't have a phone, Sergeant Mongo.
We will try and check with him as to how far he is. We just received the message now. We tried to stop the court, but the court was already
Yeah,
here.
fine, fine. So what should I do?
Maybe just Dr. Sibanda will quickly make a call.
Yes, sir.
My colleagues are suggesting that maybe we should adjourn
That's it.
until such time that accused number 2 is brought to court.
Okay, fine.
As a court, please, my lord, we confirm appearances on behalf of the state.
Yes.
I confirm my appearance on behalf of Mr. Sbiya and Mr. Minube.
Mr. Court, please confirm my appearance on behalf of Mr. Mapisa.
As it pleases the court, my lord, I confirm my appearance on behalf of accused number 4, Mr. Mapisa. Thank you.
Thank you, my lord. I confirm appearances on behalf of number 5.
My lord, we apologize for the late start. It was occasioned by the fact that accused number 2, Mr. Ntanzi, was brought late to court. There was miscommunication between the team that must collect him. The member that brought him only received a message this morning that he must collect him, and he was out of town at this particular moment. We have requested the team to draft a roster on a weekly basis to collect Mr. Ntanzi. Hopefully the situation will now be resolved.
Umshoshiso ukuthi sikhale ngalesi sikhathi-ke bekuye khona nje ukudidana-ke ngokuthi-ke uhambe uyolandwa-ke ejele yilaba-ke noma ithimba leli elikulandayo. Kusengaphansi kwesifungo.
Mr. Ntanzi, can we then have a look at Exhibit HH? This is a pro forma and statements made before Lieutenant Colonel Rapadi.
Masingabuka-ke le statement lesile qala namafomu nje la agcwalisayo abhalwayo bese kuba kamuva-ke kuba yi-statement lesi sabhalwa uyena uLieutenant Colonel Rapadi.
Now, the version of Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu, Constable Jonathan, and Sergeant Mukhani regarding the circumstances under which this document was produced is already on record. We're not going to canvass that.
Ufakazi bakhe-ke uKenel Rapadu uJonathan maphumulo banguze ngizwe kahle sebebethululeke ukufakazi la enkantolo ukuthi umshushisi angeke aphindeke lokho.
And yesterday we canvassed with you the circumstances under which you say you signed Exhibit HH.
Izolo-ke sikhulumile,
And
sorry.
also put your thumbprint on Exhibit HH.
Izolo-ke sikhulumile nawe ngendlela-ke othi wena kwenzeka ngayo-ke ukuthi-ke usayine la kwe-exhibit leli-ke u-HH nokuthi futhi ubeke isithupha sakho.
And what your version is regarding the contents of Exhibit HH is all that is on record.
Nokuthi-ke wena-ke yini-ke ekhona nokuthi-ke yini ebhaliwe lana-ke kwi-statement ukuthi wena-ke yakho inkulumo ithini-ke ngalokho konke lokho sekukhona kwi-record.
Can we then have a look at the contents of Exhibit HH? The first paragraph has already been put on record, but we'll just briefly put paragraph 1 on record again, just for the sake of the record. Yes. Now, right at the top, it's written confession and admission. It says on the 19th of June 2020 at 06:50 was contacted by Colonel Gininda to say there is someone, and it says suspect name, Bongani Sandiso Ntanzi, who wants to make a statement. It says police station, Foslores, cast number 636/10/2014, charge murder, language of suspect Zulu, and is currently held at Pretoria North.
Uma singaqala lana-ke la eshoyo-ke ukuthi-ke yini-ke lena iyasho-ke ukuthi-ke statement-eke sogonyuluka i-confession kanye ne-admission nokuvuma. Bhaliwe-ke i-date i-19 kaJune 2020, isikhathi u-10 to 7 ekuseni 06:50. Ngashayelwa-ke ucingo wase wabhala-ke Colonel Gininda ukuthi kunomuntu kubhalwa-ke igama lomsolwa Bongani Sandiso Ntanzi, ofisa ukwenza istatimende, wabhala i-police station Phosphorus, i-case number 63610 2014, icala ukubulala ulimi lomsolwa isiZulu, nokuthi-ke la aboshwe noma-ke i-police station agcinwe kuyona-ke noma avalelwe kuyona Pretoria North.
Now, the question is, how would Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu have known about your name?
Manje-ke umbuzo ukuthi-ke uKenel Rapatu igama lakho walazi kanjani?
ngambona ngithephethe ID yami.
I saw him in possession of my ID.
And how would he have known that you are isiZulu speaking?
Wakwazi kanjani ukuthi ukhuluma isiZulu?
Lokho kulula ukuthi engakwazi ngoba bemtshela ukuthi ngubonga Ntanzi. Otanzi bagcwele KZN.
That's very easy to determine because he was told or informed that I am Tanzi, and there are many the Tanzis, the majority of them are in KZN.
Namaphoyisa la ngibophileyo kulula na ugeninda kulula ukuthi ngamtshena futhi ukuthi isibongo sakho Ntanzi igama lakho language yakho ngizolo.
Even the police officer who arrested me, it's very easy for them to inform him. Even Brigadier Geninda himself, it would have been very easy for him to inform him that my surname is Ntanzi and my language is isiZulu.
Akucela nje ngifuna ukuchazela phambi kwekhotha angishongo Nkosi enkathu ukuthi ngifuna ukufaka istatement.
And the other thing that I would like to emphasize, my Lord, I never said that I want to make a statement.
Yes. And it says at 07:30 on this 19th June 2020 at Cluster Office with Bongani Sandiso Ntanzi. It says full name and surname of suspect.
Iyaqhubeka-ke ithi ngo-7:30 7 ngazo i-19 kuJune 2020 ehhovisi-ke kanye naye uBongani Sandiso Ntanzi. Magama aphelele kaMsolo.
Ngiphinde Nkosi enkathu abazange ngibone baba Rapatu ekuseni.
I repeat, my Lord, I never saw Colonel Rapadu in the morning or met Colonel Rapadu in the morning.
Ngalesi sikhathi esibhalwe.
At the time that is indicated here.
I-date here Nkosi enkathu kwakuze 19 kuJune.
But the date is correct. It was on the 19th of June 2020.
And it says residential address 3125 Freedom Park, Phase 2, Rustenburg.
Ibese ithi-ke ikhevi 3125 Freedom Park, Phase 2, Rustenburg.
That is your physical address, is that correct?
Ikhevi lakho lawa uhlala khona leli Amit?
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, how would Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu have known about your address?
Manje-ke walazi kanjani ikhevi lakho Colonel Rapadu?
Kulolu baba Rapatu ngalazi phela ngoba ugeninda ukhona ngithi umhani ukhona abantu abangibophileyo.
It was easy for Colonel Rapatu to know my address. Gininda was there, Mokhane was there, the people who arrested me.
Ngoba mangiboshwa ngiboshela endlini ngiboshela ngemgwaqweni futhi bangifonela ukuze bazi ukuthi ngihlala kuphi.
And on the day of my arrest, I was arrested at my place of residence, not out in the street. And they called me first for them to know where I was staying.
Yesterday, when we took you through the evidence that is on record regarding the circumstances under which you say you were forced to sign and put your thumbprint on the on Exhibit HH, we referred you, and without rehashing this point, just to give a bit of background, we referred you to the proposal or the proposition that was made to Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu by your then counsel, Mr. Ngumezulu, during the proceedings of 26 October 2023, at page 18, namely, it's line 3, that Brigadier Gininda opened the boot. This is now according to the incident that happened there at a place near the board that was written Orlando, near the abandoned ATMs and dumping site. The proposition was that Brigadier Gininda arrived there in a white BMW, opened the boot of the BMW and sat on the edge of the boot of the open boot, and the Brigadier Gininda took out documents and gave them to Rapadu. And the instruction from Brigadier Gininda was for the accused that if you do not sign this document, then you'll be assaulted. And that Brigadier Gininda is the one who came with the documents, and you were then ordered to sign the documents.
Lana-ke ngokwenkulumo eloyo-ke owayekumele ngaphambilini yena-ke ubaba uMngomezulu, ngokwenzeka-ke laphayana kuleya ndawo-ke othi kwakunama-ATM ayingasetshenziswa khona sorry, ukuthi kwafika lapho imoto noma-ke kwakuyi-BMW emhlophe eyayihamba ngaye uBrigadier Gininda, noma-ke eshayelwa yena uBrigadier Gininda. uBrigadier Gininda lapho-ke akwenza ukuthi-ke wasevula-ke ibhuti ye-BMW, wahlala-ke lapho emuva kuyona-ke ibhuti leyo, nokuthi-ke lapho-ke uyena uBrigadier Gininda owakhipha-ke amaphepha wase ewanikeza yena-ke uKenel Rapadu, washo-ke kuyena-ke ukuthi noma-ke abakusho kuyena ukuthi uma ngabe ungawasayini lawo maphepha lawo bazoqhubeka-ke bekushaya. Yinkulumo leyo eyayikhulunywa ubaba uMngomezulu ewayemele wena ngaleso sikhathi eyitshela uKenel Rapadu.
Bese ngiyiphendulile nezolo lenkulumo.
Yes.
I've already responded to that yesterday.
Yes. We also referred you yesterday to your evidence in chief, where you say that Mabena, at that place that you described, that Sergeant Mabena handed an envelope to Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu, and Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu started writing, and you were then asked to sign. We referred you to your evidence of 11 February 2026, page 29.
Nokuthi-ke kwakune-envelope eyayiphethe uyena-ke uSergeant Mabena awayithatha-ke wayinikeza uKenel Rapadu, wase-ke uKenel Rapadu yena-ke eqala ukubhala kuyona lapho, wena-ke wasucela ukuthi-ke awusayine.
And we also referred to evidence that Rapadu was writing on the documents. This we see on page 11th of February 2026, where you say you do not see whether he completed writing on the documents or not. Thereafter, you were then requested to sign the documents. Now, Mr. Ntanzi, the question is this. It is not clear as to which document you signed or you were forced to sign. Were these the documents that were brought by Brigadier Gininda as the proposal was made, or the documents that were completed by Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu?
Okungacacanga-ke manje lana ukuthi iwaphi-ke lamaphepha ekuyiwona owawasayina ngaba wasayina lamaphepha la ayelethwe uyena ubrigadier Gininda noma lana uKenel Rapadu ayebhala kuwona.
Because enkantolo ake ngithi kuyicacisa ngale mpendulo nayizolo ngiyiphendulile.
My Lord, I would like to explain this because even yesterday I responded to this question.
Because enkantolo uGininda mehleli nobaba uRaphat angazi ukuthi baphethe amaphepha wodwa noma baphethe amaphepha ahlukene angazi.
My Lord, when Brigadier Gininda and Colonel Rapatu were together, I didn't know whether they had one set of documents or they had different sets of documents.
Ngoba kwamina ngabona ngamaphepha la uthi ayebhala ukuthina ngofuthi ayikho engafundelwa yona. Kube mhlambe ngafundelwa ngizotshela ikhoti ipendulo engcono.
Because I did not see, my Lord, as to what it is that was written on those documents. If at least they had read back to me, then I would have given a better response.
And did you sign the documents that were already completed, or were the documents completed in your presence? As you say, Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu was writing on certain documents.
Ingabe uma usayina wena wasayina amaphepha asekubhaliwe kuwona noma ke wasayina amaphepha uKenel Rapadu ayebhala kona njengoba usho ukuthi ngalesi sikhathi ayelapha yana uKenel Rapadu wayebhala.
Because enkantolo mina ngibona into ayebhala ngoba mawubamba amaphepha kuwe ngesandla ubhala kanje angazi ukuthi yini oyibhala futhi ayikho into ongifundela yona. Mawusuthwela ngisayine ngishawa ngizosayina vele.
My Lord, I could not see as to what it is that he was writing because he held the documents just like this in front of him and is busy writing. I'm unable to see as to what it is that he is writing, and nothing was read back to me. So when I'm being asked upon or being requested to sign, my Lord, or else I'll be assaulted, then I will sign.
Okay. Then it says telephone number, unknown, work address, unknown, contractor.
Kubhaliwe ke lapho ukuthi inamba yocingo ayaziwa ikheli lasemsebenzini kwase kubhalwa ke contractor. Yebo.
Kuyakhomba ukuthi ayikho vele into angibuza yona. Nakho namanje inamba yami ngiyayazi ngekhaya.
It's clear, my Lord, that there's nothing that he asked from me because as it is indicated here, telephone number unknown, but I know my phone number from the top of my head.
Siphinde size ngapha angisebenzi contract. Ngisebenza permanent.
And I'm not a contractor, my Lord, or a contract worker. I'm a permanent worker.
The contract ngicela ukusebenza 2017 eMarikana.
The last time I worked as a contractor was in 2017 in Marikana,
Okhama contract azangibuza.
which is a clear indication that he never asked me.
Then the identification number is 90120211978083. That ID number is incorrect. Is that so? Is that not so? The identity number that appear there is incorrect.
Incorrect.
Yeah, is that not so?
Bese kuba nale ID number 901202 11978083 angithi akusiyona lena i-wrong le ID number le.
The first
Usho kanjani?
yes, the first one should be a 6. Is that not so? You were born on the 26th of December 1990 and not on the 21st. Is that not so?
But in this one, my Lord, it looks like a 6 in this one. 9012026197.
Okay, all right.
Ingakho ngibuza ke ukuthi wrong athi ngiyayibona mina ukuthi phela ukuthi lene ngabonakala u08 phelethi 083 yami.
The only one that are not clear to me is 083, but I can see that it is the correct one.
All right, so the ID number is correct, is that so?
So iyona ke lena i-right le ID number. Iyona ID number yakho le.
Uqinisekise cha before ngiphendule azobe.
Can I first confirm before answering?
Yeah, we are.
Yes, it is correct.
And your version is that Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu had your identity document, is that correct?
Uyasho ke kubufakazi bakho ukuthi uKenel Rapadu wayephethe i-ID yakho.
Yeah, ngiyibona.
Yes, I saw it.
Yes. is your version now that the fact that he had your ID was the reason why he was able to complete your ID number here?
Ingabe uthi ke lokho kushoyo ukuthi ke wayiphethe ID yakho ikona ke okwenza ke ukuthi ke ayibhale phansi ID number yakho ngoba wayiphethe ID yakho?
Yeah, ngoba nasakangibuze lutho.
Yes, because he did not ask me anything.
It says apparently in his or her sound and sober senses appears before me, Lieutenant Colonel Mohali Solomon Rapadu, says Justice of the Peace. The deponent was brought to my private office by Constable Jonathan of Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Police Department, or EMPD for short.
Uyaqhubeka ke lapha uthi ke ngesikhathi ke ngalesa sikhathi wawukuyena ke noma phambi kwakhe ngokuthi ke wawusemqondweni ke noma wawukahle nje akukho nje okwakubonakala ukuthi ke akukahle ngawe wasebhala ke igama lakhe Lieutenant Colonel Mohale Solomon Rapadu wabhala ke ukuthi ke wena ke walethwa kuyena kwi-office awayekulona wayelisebenzisa uConstable Jonathan we-EMPD amaphoyisa ke asekuruleni.
You did testify that you saw Constable Jonathan at Moroka Police Station on the 19th of June 2020, is that correct?
Ushilo kubufakazi bakho ukuthi wambona uJonathan ngaleli langa lange-19 June 2020 eMoroka?
Nganginabo.
I was with them.
Yes.
Makuthiwa ngambona fana umuntu engimbona ehambela nanganginabo.
If it's said that I saw him, it's like someone that I saw just walking, but I was with them.
Now, your version is that you did not see Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu on the morning of the 19th of June 2020 at Moroka Police Station.
Manje ke inkulumo yakho ithi ekseni ngazo i-19 ka June 2020 awuzange umbone uColonel Rapadu eMoroka?
Angizange ngibone nkosengane.
I never saw him, my lord. Yes.
Now, how would Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu have known about the presence of Constable Jonathan at Moroka Police Station on the morning of the 19th of June 2020?
Manje ke ukuba khona kuka Jonathan police station yaseMoroka yinto awazoyazi kanjani noma ayazi kanjani uColonel Rapadu ukuthi uJonathan wayekhona eMoroka?
Nkosengane sikhuluma ngamaphoyisa la sikhuluma ngabantu athwa omunye usebenze amasosha omunye usebenze office sikhuluma ngamaphoyisa umkhakha wodwa lesikhuluma ngawo.
My lord, we are speaking here of police officers. We are not saying or referring to someone here who is in the army or the military and the other one is working in an office. These are police officers.
Manje mina eBarakwana uJonathan ngihamba naye. Esowethu uTambama ngihamba naye.
At Baragwana, I was in the company of Jonathan. In Soweto, late afternoon, I was with Jonathan.
But is it correct that there were other police officers from Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Police Department? Is it not so?
Kodwa ingabe kuyiqiniso yini ukuthi ayekhona namanye amaphoyisa? Masikhuluma ke manje ngalamaphoyisa lana ke EMPD la asebenzela Ekurhuleni Metropolice ukuthi kwangasi uJonathan yedwa ngalela langa kodwa wayenoza kwabo lapha yana ngalela langa.
Yeah.
Yes.
Angithi nemoto yabo ibhaliwe GTI.
Even their vehicle, the GTI, is a marked vehicle.
Are you able to proffer an explanation as to why Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu will, out of the EMPD police officers who were there, write the name of Constable Jonathan here as the person who brought you to his private office?
Kunesizathu ongasisho yini esingabangela uColonel Rapadu ukuthi ke lana abhale igama lika Constable Jonathan ukuthi ke Constable Jonathan wakulethe office lakhe uJonathan esebenzela iEMPD.
uJonathan yena escorting escort nkosengane.
Jonathan is the one or the person that escorted me, my lord,
Nabo Buthelezi.
as well as the likes of Buthelezi.
Engingamazi igama lakhe lona ngicela ukuthi wayejela ukuhamba noJonathan angagcina ngambona ngishubuso ba wayehlala evale nemask la.
No Jonathan.
Wayehlala nje noJonathan kwi-GTI.
And then the other person, my lord, whose name I cannot recall, is the one who was always in the company of Jonathan. He was seated in front, and also I could not see his face because his face was always covered, my lord.
Manje kulula ukuthi ubaba lona ngamazi uJonathan ngoba yena escort engihamba naye.
Now, it's very easy for Colonel Rapadu to know Jonathan because that was the person that was escorting me.
But you said he was not the only escort, is that correct?
Kodwa kushilo ukuthi kwakungasiyena kuphela.
Angithi ngihamba ngemoto eziwu2 escort.
There were 2 escort vehicles.
Imoto mazima uyawabona vele babura phatha amaphoyisa nakagcwele. Nalapha sifika esibhedlela emoto eParakwane ezongena emoto amaphoyisa amngenyawo la bokutheleza noJonathan.
He's able to see the vehicles as the police as the vehicles stop, as well as at the hospital. The police were standing there.
Yes, but the question, Mr. Ntanzi, was why would he, out of the police officers who were escorting you, select the name of Constable Jonathan
Kodwa-ke umbuzo uthi
as the person who brought you to his office?
kulawo maphoyisa lawo ayehamba nawe noma escort yingani eyikhethele igama lika Jonathan?
Hayi Nkosi enkantolo angazi abona ngangingekho mabeyikhuluma nalapha kubhala lencwadi lengangingekho la.
I don't know, my lord. I was not there when they discussed that. Even when this document was completed, I was not there. I don't know.
Mina ngokwazi kwami uma sengiboshiwe ngihamba leli cala. Iphoyisa noma zongilanda ejele ingena ne-escort. I-escort iyasayina lapha eceleni nephoyisa liyasayina. Ngenzeka mhlambe na uthole leyo ncwadi yakho ukuthi ubani umuntu omsayinela. Escort.
What I do know, my lord, from attending this particular case, my lord, is that when a police officer fetches me in prison, that police officer is in the company of an escort. The police officer will sign, the escort will also sign. So I don't know whether here he was able to see as to who signed for me.
Then it continues that it was only you and him in the office that was allocated to him.
Uyaqinisekisa-ke ukuthi-ke kwi-office awayelinikile ukuthi asebenzise lona-ke kwakuwuwe naye kuphela.
Nkosi enkantolo akulona iqiniso lelo.
My lord, that's not true.
Akaze ngene nangalilodwa i-office yaseMoroka Nkosi enkantolo.
I never entered a single office, my lord, at Maroka police station.
If we are reading from Exhibit HH, the last statement of opposition to the witness, it does not say Rapadu and the witness were in the office. It says the interpreter and I are in the office and nobody else.
The interpreter and I.
Yes, it says, let me read my note. It says the interpreter and I are in the office and nobody else.
Yes, Mr.
Well, we read the portion just before that. It says the deponent was brought to my private office by Constable Jonathan of the South African Police, and only the deponent, Bongani Sandiso Ntanzi, are in the office and nobody else. I don't know what the problem is there now.
No, I'm sorry to belabor this point. It says, we've just read Lieutenant Colonel Mohale Solomon Rapadu, Justice of the Peace for the Republic of South Africa. And it says, the deponent was brought to my private office by Constable Jonathan and in brackets ENPD of the South African Police, and only the deponent Bongani Sandiso Ntanzi, the interpreter, and I are in the office and nobody else. That's the complete reading.
Yeah, fine.
Yes.
You said there was an interpreter there. And I.
Yes. Well,
Number 2.
Well, the evidence of Lieutenant Colonel Rapad is on record that he never used an interpreter, but we'll get to that portion. just looking for the relevant transcript of. We'll come to that just now. Then it carries on. That the deponent is further informed that she is in the presence of a police officer who, as such, a justice of the peace. At this point, said, I present my appointment certificate and explain what the justice of the peace is, as well as the fact that I bear no knowledge of the case. I inform him, her, that he, she, has nothing to fear and can therefore speak freely, and that if necessary, protection against any irregularity can be provided to him or her.
Wabhala-ke lana-ke noma iyaqhubeka-ke athi-ke wakwazisa-ke noma-ke watshelwa-ke umuntu loyo wayephambi kwami-ke ukuthi-ke uphambi kwephoyisa nokuthi-ke phecelezi-ke i-justice of the peace uzokhumbula-ke ukuthi wathi uma echaza-ke ubaba uRaphathu wathi-ke iphoyisa elikhulu ngaleso sikhathi leso-ke ngase ngimkhiphela-ke i-certificate noma-ke ikhadi lami ngimchazela-ke ukuthi iphoyisa elikhulu yini nokuthi futhi-ke anginalwazi noma akunalutho engilaziyo mayela necala leli. Ngamtshela-ke ukuthi-ke angasabi lutho nokuthi-ke angakhuluma ekhululekile uma ngabe sikhona isidingo uzovikelwa nakuko konke okungahambi kahle ngakuyena.
Are you? Yes.
Yeah. No, I don't know about that.
The performer continues as follows. The said person is asked if he or she was informed of the reason for his or her arrest as prescribed by Section 35 of the Constitution, and the answer is yes.
Umuntu loyo ke wase ebuzwa ke ukuthi watshelwa yini ngezizathu sokuboshwa kwakhe nanjengoba ke umthetho ngaphansi kwakhe ke usection 35 usho. Impendulo ithi yebo. No, I don't know about that, my lord.
Now, just to get back to the that paragraph about the interpreter. During the cross-examination by Advocate Mshololo to Colonel Rapadu on the 27th of October 2023, page 22, line 8 and further, Advocate Mshololo asked him as follows. Advocate Mshololo, okay, yes, and then let us continue. The accused is before you. You testify that you did not use an interpreter. I'm not sure whether at the beginning or towards the end when you realized that the accused was articulate in English or was well versed in English or will understand English somehow. I did not it says I did not, how you will explain to me, I did not know was at the beginning, or did you ask him if he understands English at what stage? Then Mr. Rapadu responded as follows, in the beginning.
Lana ke Advocate Mshololo ila ebuza khona ke uKenneth Rapadu umbuzo mayelana ke nokusetshenziswa kukaTolika nokuthi uTolika wayekhona nokuthi noma wayengekho yini nokuthi ke uma ngabe sezwa ukuthi isingisi yasiza noma ukuthi lokho kwenzeka ngasiphi isikhathi. Wasephendula ke uKenneth Rapadu wathi eqaleni Can you repeat this, please?
Yes, we'll give you the entire passage for you to read. Then Advocate Mshololo then asked, in the beginning, how did you ask him, how did you find out that he understands English? Then Mr. Rapadu responded as follows. I did ask him. Then Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu, he spoke before I can start with the interview.
Okay, ngicala lana-ke la imibuzo eyayibuzwa uyena-ke uKhenela u-Advocate Mshololo kuyena uKhenela Rapadu. Asiqhubeke-ke. Manje-ke umhlolo uphambi kwakho. Wethule ubufakazi-ke ukuthi-ke awukaze usebenzise utolika. Anginasiqiniseko-ke nokuthi lokho kwenzeka eqaleni noma-ke mawusuya-ke ekugcineni ngesikhathi-ke usuzwa-ke ukuthi umsolwa uyasiza isingisi noma-ke uyakwazi ukuthi ayiphendele ngesingisi noma uzosizwa. Angazi noma lokho kwenzeka ekuqaleni noma wambuza ukuthi isingisi uyasizwa yini, ukuthi wambuza ngasiphi isigaba, wasephendula-ke uKhenela Rapadu ekuqaleni. Waqhubeka-ke u-Advocate Mshololo ekuqaleni kanjani, wambuza wabona kanjani noma wathola kanjani ukuthi isingisi uyasizwa. uKhenela Rapadu ngambuza. uKhenela Rapadu aphinda aphendule futhi, waphendula noma waphendula ngaphambi kokuthi ngiqale ngayo i-interview. Madoda, I never spoke to Kenela Rapadu.
Uma ukuthi ngikhuluma naye wayengaphi mebuza ngoma umshololo aphendule English ngayazi but ngapho kwelinye iphepha ubhala ukuthi ngikhuluma isiZulu.
If he was asked this by Advocate Mshololo, and then he claims that I understood English, but then when you go, the witness pointing to Exhibit HH, here he documented that I am Zulu speaking.
Sorry, what's the time?
20,000.
It's 11:24, my lord.
Yeah, again. insist on going for tea. They say the former JP of Natal, you remember Judge Japi was the judge president of Natal.
Yes.
They say this morning he died.
Oh, that's may he so rest in peace.
Yeah, good. Sad story.
Yes. Was he sick or something?
And then,
Was he sick?
yeah, he was sick of old age like me.
Ngaphansi kwesifundo umntanzi.
Yeah.
Mr. Mtanzi, we're just going to canvass a few aspects regarding the pro forma. In light of your version that you were never asked the questions that are in the pro forma and that you never provided the answers that are in the pro forma.
Sokubuza ke kunezinto ke noma imibuzo sokubuza yona ke ngenxa ke yonkulumo yakho yothi ethi ke awukaze ke ubuzwe lemibuzo ebhaliwe lana nokuthi futhi impendulo elana ke awukaze wena akusiwena umuntu owayenikeza.
Yeah.
Yes.
And earlier on, we wanted to refer to the record when we're dealing with the portion that says the deponent was brought to my private office by Constable Jonathan. In this regard, we wish to refer to the record of 25 October 2023, page 81, line 19. Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu testified as follows: I was given a room next to a crime office at Moroka Police Station.
Ubufakazi bakhe ke lokufunda umshushisi kukaKhenel Rapadu ukuthi ke kune office awanikezwa lona ukuthi alisebenzise ngalelanga laphana eMoroka.
And that you were brought to his office by Jonathan. And on page 82, he says, after Constable Jonathan brought you to his office, he told Jonathan to leave the office. He then closed the door.
Nokuthi ke umuntu wakuletha lapho kulelo office kwaku Jonathan. Jonathan sekulethile ke wamcela ke yena ukuthi Jonathan ke ahambe noma ke aphume ke officeini wasevala isicabha yena ngoba lokho. My lord, I never entered an office in Morocco.
And earlier on, we referred to the paragraph that deals with the interpreter. We've already referred it to the cross-examination of Advocate Mshololo. We wish to refer you to the evidence in chief of Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan on the 26th of October 2023, page 2, line 19. We asked him that below the name of the deponent, it is stated that the interpreter and I are in the office and nobody else. Is that correct? We asked him, was there an interpreter? And he responded as follows on page 3 of the proceedings of 26 October 2023. There was no interpreter. It was only me and him.
Kulo daba lolu olubhalwe lana ke ubaba uNsipile ke ebelifunda ke ukuthi ke kwakunika umuntu ke lo wayezokwenza istatement kwabhalwa igama bongani Sandiso Ntanzi uTolika kanye nami ababese officeini akekho omunye umuntu. Umshushisi uthi ke ubufakazi bakhe abethula phambi kwalenkantolo ke yena uKhenel Rapadu uma ebuzwa ngalo udaba lukaTolika washo wathi wayengekho uTolika kwakuwuye kanye nawe kuphela kulelo office lelo. My lord, I never went into an office in Morocco.
also wish to refer you to one aspect of Lieutenant Colonel Rapadi's evidence to the effect that whilst he was busy in the office, someone knocked at the door and they brought you food.
Okunye futhi ke akusho kubufakazi bakhe uKenel Rapadi ukuthi ke ngesikhathi ke waye nawe kulela office lelo kunomuntu ke owakhokhotha eminyango bamvulela ke kwakuwumuntu owayekulethele ukudla. No, my lord, that's not true.
And this we see in the proceedings of 15 March 2024, page 40. Firstly, he says you were jubilant and happy.
Siyabona ke lokho kubufakazi bange 15 March uyasho ke futhi ukuthi ke umuntu ke owaye ethokozile ke ngalelo langa. You never asked me that, my lord. How would I have been jubilant and happy, my lord, if I had been arrested for crimes that I knew nothing about, and I'm also not someone who is into criminality on the outside when I'm outside.
On page 6 of the pro forma exhibit HH, under observation of the Justice of the Peace with regard to the deponent, clothing, it says clean, blue jeans and Impala platinum lumber.
Ushobo ukuthi ogqokenike ngalelo langa nokuthi ke futhi ke bahlaba ugqokile zazi clean ufake futhi ne jean kanye futhi ke ne jacket ke yase Impala platinum.
Were this the clothing that you were wearing on the 19th of June 2020? Blue jeans and Impala platinum lumber.
Izona impahla ugqokile leziyana ngazo i-19 kaJune 2020 i-jean eyayi-blue kanye nayo ke ilamba noma ke i-jacket yase Impala platinum. Yes, the jean as well as the jacket. Now I'm surprised when it is indicated that they were clean because I slept or went into bed with those very same clothes. I did not have any other clothes, and the bedding there or the blankets in prison are not good. If he had a proper look at me, why is he not making mention of the shoes?
Now, how will Lieutenant Colonel Rapadi have known about the clothes that you were wearing on the 19th of June if you say you were not present in the office at Moroka police station?
Manje ke wayewazi kanjani uKenel Rapadi ukuthi wawugqokeni ngelanga lange-19 kaJune 2020 uma ngabe wena ke uthi wawungekho kule office eMoroka? My lord, we fetched Kenel Rapadi at the hospital in Baragwana. And the jacket, it's written here, the witness pointing on the left side. The jean, and indeed the jean was blue. I could see it. I was with him in the vehicle and I was wearing it. Even as I was standing in front of him, he could see what I was wearing.
But Mr. Mtanzi, your version is that the formal statement were already completed when it was brought to you there at a place where there was a board written Orlando.
Kodwa ke inkulumo yakho ithi uma ke lama document noma lamaphepha lana elethwa kuleya ndawo leyana ke othi wabona khona ibhodi ebhalwe Orlando uthi kwakusekubhaliwe kuwona.
Inkulumo yami ithi ubaba uRapadi wayebhala ngimazi uma wayebhala wona lento le engibona phambi kwekhodi noma cha iyona inkulumo yami ngoba azange ngifundele lutho.
My version is Kenel Rapadi was writing or was busy writing. I don't know whether he was writing that which is here now in front of the court because he never read anything back to me.
You recall, and we don't want to belabor this point, we put that proposal by Mr. Mgomezulu that Brigadier Gininda brought a statement that was already, or brought documents that were already completed.
Uzokhumbula-ke ukuthi-ke bese sikufundeleke ukuthi-ke kwakuyinkulumo eyabuya kuyena-ke ubaba uMngomezulu ukuthi-ke uBrigadier Gininda weza namaphepha ayesebhaliwe.
Mina ngikhaya amaphepha ngiwabona ngaphambi kwekhosi.
I said I did not see the documents before the court.
Ngoba ngisho naye emotweni Nkosi enkabeni baba raphatha wayehamba efunde emotweni ngingazi ukuthi ufunda ngoba ngangingaboni ukuthi ibhalile.
Because even as I was traveling with Colonel Rapat in the vehicle, he was busy writing, but I could not see as to what it is that he was reading.
Nokuthi ngowayefunda wona lamaphepha noma wayefunda amanye angazi.
Whether he was reading these very same documents or different documents, I don't know.
And we just to contextualize this question, we have put that proposition by Mr. Mgomezulu to Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu that Brigadier Gininda took out documents and gave them to Rapadu, and the instruction from Brigadier Gininda was that you must sign those documents.
Bese sikushilo noma ke lokhu sakubuza ke kuyena uBrigadier Gininda ukuthi ke kwakunale nkulumo ke ethi yena uBrigadier Gininda wakhipha ke amaphepha uwanikeza ke yena ke uRaphadu ukuthi ke wena ke uwasayine lawo maphepha lawo.
And furthermore that you never made any statement. The statement came with Brigadier Gininda,
Nokuthi
and you
wena
were ordered to sign that statement.
nokuthi wena ke akuna statement owasenza uBrigadier Gininda oweza ke namaphepha lawo wena ke wasutshena nje kuphela ukuthi awusayine.
Mina vele kodwa kodwa ngizotshela umuntu statement ngasibhala. Kodwa kodwa la ngibhala statement.
I would have told the court if I had written a statement. I never wrote a statement.
Statement saziwa ngubaba uRaphatha noGininda bobayikhulu. Hayi mina.
The people-
Mina sayinile ngabe kumuntu wami kuthiwa ngento kuthiwa ngiyenza ngase ngikhathele ukushuthisa.
The people who know about the statement is Brigadier Gininda and Colonel Rapatu, not me. I only signed and placed my thumbprint because I was tired of the plastic being put over my head.
And just to come back to that aspect regarding the fact that you were given food on the 15th of March 2024, page 40, your counsel asks Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu as follows at line 13. Is the accused here in the statement? Then it says indistinct. A knocked and somebody brings food. At what stage during the statement taking did you hear that knock? Had you already started with the pro forma? Then it says indistinct, accused 2. Then Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu responded as follows. It was still in the beginning. Then counsel, Mr. Ramusepeli, then asked him as follows. And then you take a break for accused 2 to have his meal. That is your evidence. How long a break did you take? Then at line 19, Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu responded as follows. It was almost like 30 to 40 minutes. Then line 21, counsel Mr. Ramusepeli. Now this aspect of a break for accused 2 to be fed for 30 to 30 minutes, the knock at the door for accused 2 to be brought food. Why did you not mention it in your initial testimony in this court? Then he says, I did not see the relevancy of it.
Uma singabuyela kula daba-ke besikhulume ngalo ngaphambili la athi khona-ke uKhenela lapha-ke ukuthi-ke walethelwa ukudla. Qala lana-ke wase uthatha ikhefu-ke umsolo wesibili ukuthi-ke adle ubufakazi bakho lobo ingaba ikhefu lelo-ke kwaba yisikhathi esingakanani noma i-break leyo kwaba yisikhathi esingakanani Mr. Rapadu cishe-ke imizuzu ewu-30 ukuya ku-40 babula Msiphile manje-ke lo daba lolu-ke lwe-break wenzela yena-ke umsolo wesibili ukuthi-ke adle imizuzu ewu-30 ukuya ku-40 ukuthi kupopotwe iminyango umsolo wesibili alethelwe ukudla. Yingani ungakushongo lokho ekuqaleni kobufakazi bakho kule nkantolo babula phathu angibonanga-ke ukuthi-ke ikusho lokho.
Ingoba phela kwenzakala. Ingakho isidingo ngasibuka.
It is because it didn't happen, that's why I did not see the need.
Ngoba kube ngabe yenzeka wayezobhala ukuthi laphana nadlanga ejele nase-police station kuyefana ukudla kwakhona ukuthi ekuseni udla isikwa netiye emini udla ipapa nokunye.
Because if it had happened, it would have indicated as what it is that I ate, because the food in prison is the same as the food in the police station. At the police station, in the morning it's bread and tea, and then during the course of the day, you eat maize.
Manje ngoba nje wabona ngenasidingo ngoba ngeke ngibone office kwayena kaze ngimbone kusini.
Now, when he indicates that I did not see the relevancy of it, it's because I was never in an office and I never saw him in the morning.
You had left Pretoria North Police Station at 10 to 5 that particular morning, as we have quoted from the occurrence book, Exhibit MM.
Manje ngoba bese sifundile-ke incwadi yase-Pretoria North lebizwa ngokuthi-ke i-occurrence book. Uma uphuma e-Pretoria North ngaleliya langa leliyana kwakuwu-10 to 5 ekuseni.
Esikhathi angisazi ngangenaso isikhathi.
I do not know the time, I didn't have time.
Ngizwile kodwa uma ungifundela kodwa isikhathi ngangenaso.
But I heard it when you read it out for me, but I did not have time.
But you had not yet had food when you arrived at Moroka Police Station on the morning of the 19th of June 2020.
Kodwa-ke uma ufika eMoroka Police Station ngaleliya langa ekuseni wawungekadli ngaleliya langa.
Ngangakadli. Ngangaqophile nomlomo ungakhohlwa ngageze ngishukuza uma ngifika khona.
Yes, I didn't eaten, I didn't brush my teeth, and also did not wash my face.
We put it to you that that is the reason why Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu says food was brought to you during the taking down of the performer and your statement.
Ngiyakutshela-ke manje ukuthi-ke isona-ke isizathu leso-ke sokuthi-ke uKhenela Rapadu asho ukuthi-ke wazethelwa ukudla ngaleliya langa leli.
Because ngibona iqiniso le.
My Lord, that's not true.
Njengephoyisa akade uyiphoyisa ekhulu emgaqweni akabusho phela ukudla engikudlile phambi kwakhe ngokuthi ngani ukudla akabusho ukuthi ukudla kuni.
As a police officer and as a high-ranking or senior police officer, my Lord, you should then indicate what kind of food I ate on that day.
I don't want to interfere. I seem to recall Rapadu stating that you had bread with jam, brown bread with jam.
Uthi inkosi enkantolo-ke akafuni zobe ngathi yagamukela-ke kodwa uthi uyakukhumbula ukuthi phakathi kukaRapadu esho la enkantolo ukuthi wadla isinkwa esi-brown esino-jam.
And that's very important because you were not there.
Uthi-ke inkosi enkantolo akukho semqoka-ke lokho ngoba wena wawungekho lapho. uthi nje ukhumbuza nje ubufakazi bukaRaphathi ukuthi wakusho la enkantolo uRaphathi lokho.
Now, just to get back to the performer, Mr. Itanzi, you are saying that from page 1 of the performer up to page 6 of the performer,
So like on page 1, 2, 3, 5, 6.
You are saying you were never asked the questions that appear therein, and you never provided the responses to those questions. That is your version.
Inkulumo yakho ithi la page awu-6 lana ke. Awukaze ubuze le mibuzo ebhaliwe lana nempendulo ezibhaliwe lana akuwena umuntu owanikeza ngazo.
Yeah, ngishonga.
Yes, that is what I'm saying.
So are you saying that Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu indicated the various choices under each and every question out of his own? In other words, that he sought the answers that appear in the performer from his tongue. Is it okay?
Ngabe kushoyo ke ukuthi nanjengoba lana kunombuzo kulama page ke awu-6 kunombuzo khona bese kubhalwa ke impendulo ke phecelezi ke i-answer. Futhi i-answer ke ayodwa ebhaliwe la kule mibuzo la kulama page awu-6 ukuthi yinto nje yena ephuma kuyena ukuba kuRaphathi.
Yeah, mina akazangibuzela.
Yes, he never asked me anything.
Ngoba nakhona ke kade uthi inamba yami angiyazi, inamba yami ngiyazi ngani. Uthi ngisebenza i-contract akangisebenza i-contract.
Because it's clear here, my lord, it's indicated that telephone number unknown, yet I know my number from the top of my head. It's indicated there work address contractor, yet I was not employed as a contractor.
Just to come back to the issue of the meal, during the proceedings of 15 March 2024 at page 34, the state at line 8 put the following question to Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu, that it's disputed that accused 2 was given food. What is your comment? Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu responded as follows. Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu, yes. I agree with that. He was given food during the process. It was early in the beginning, about maybe 8 o'clock. It was a meal for the prisoners. So they knocked, and then I went and fetched food for him, and then I gave him. I let him go through the food, and then when he was finished, he's saying that we continue with the statement. Then we asked him what did the meal consist of. His response at line 18, it was buttered bread, buttered brown bread, and tea.
Lana kodaba lokudla ke uyasho ke uKenel Rapadu ukuthi ke kwalethwa ke ukudla uma ebuzwa ukuthi kwakukudla kunjani uthi ke kwakuyisinkwa ke sasigojishiwe ke isimba leso kanye netiye.
And then at line 20 we asked him what was the quantity of the bread. He said it was 4 slices.
Wabuzwa ke ukuthi kwakuyizinto ezingaphi wathi kwakuyila eziwu4.
Kulo police station sasebuzo.
At that particular police station where we were.
Yes.
Yeah.
Akulona iqiniso.
No, that's not true.
Number 1 mina ngiphuza iti.
Firstly, I don't drink tea.
Mina mangiphuza iti ngibilisa amanzi, ngifaka ubisi, ngifaka ushwela, ngifaka chipeka ngiloko.
I would just prepare water, milk, sugar. I do not put in a tea bag.
Manje lezinto ayishona ngifanele peanut butter, ngidla peanut butter, ngidla jam, ngidla ngisebenzisa rama.
Now, also with regards to the butter bread, I do not eat peanut butter or or Jem, I only use Rama.
ngitsho lapha Khosi Mapula ngidli peanut butter no-jam.
Even in Koshimapuru, I do not eat peanut butter and jam.
He said buttered bread.
Lana ke yena. Lokuyinkosi enkantolo ekhuluma no-jam. Lana yena ukhuluma ngebutter ke.
Butter, no butter nje yonke butter. Konke butter.
All of it is referred to as butter, not so.
Siphinde futhi ukhulume iphutha. Methi is 4 slice. Police station it was 6 slice.
And he's making a mistake when he said 4 slices. At the police station, you are provided with 6 slices,
Ukhomba konke ekhulumayo la lo iqiniso.
which is an indication that what he's saying is not true.
Now, he says the process commenced at 07:30 on the 19th of June 2020.
Uthi lokhu ke ukuthi ke niqale ke lokho nani hlangane ngakho ke ngale langa laphana kwaqala ke ngo-7 ngazo i-19 zika June 2020.
Because enkantolo zange ngibone ubaba Raphato ekuseni.
My Lord, I never saw Colonel Rapatu in the morning,
And ended at 11:47 on the 19th of June 2020.
uma niqeda ke kwaku-11:47 ngazo i-19 June 2020.
Akulona iqiniso la ngangingakamboni ukumbona ngaleso sikhathi leso Nkosi enkantolo.
That's not true. By that time, I had not even seen him as yet, my Lord.
But these times that are stipulated in the pro forma fall within the period when you were at Moroka Police Station. Is it correct? On the 19th of June 2020.
Kodwa ke isikhathi lesi esibhaliwe lana ke phakathi ko-7:30 naye ke u-11:47 isikhathi leso ke wena ke owawuse police station yaseMoroka ngalo ilanga leliya lange-19 June 2020.
Yeah, uhlele emotweni.
Yes, seated in the vehicle.
Now, how will Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu have given or written down the times in the pro forma that fall within the time that you were at Moroka Police Station if you did not have an interview with him?
Uma kuwukuthi ke wawungenayo inhlolo khona phecelezi ke i-interview naye Colonel Rapatu kwenzeka kanjani ukuthi abhale iy'khathi ke lezi ey'bhaliwe lana ekuyiy'khathi lezi nawe owawuse police station yaseMoroka ngazo?
Ukumuhle lo mbuzo uma ube khona, phela umbuzo ubhekisena nawo. Ngoba mina ngiyamtshela ngithi nazange ngimbone ekuseni, ngimbone ntambama, ngoba masimnandi ebhala kwami.
This question would have been better placed or suited if it was directed to him as he was here. As I'm saying that I did not see him in the morning, I only saw him late in the afternoon in Baragwana.
Futhi mangikhumbula kahle, ubaba uRaphato kuthiwa wayefanele uGenyenda, phela uGenyenda uxhumana noba noMhani uhamba naye.
And if I heard correctly, Colonel Rapadu, it is said that Colonel Rapadu was contacted by Gininda, and Gininda also makes contact with Mokhane, and Mokhane is the person that I was traveling with.
Well, we've been through that aspect. We're not going to revisit it. Now, let's look at your statement, Mr. Itanzi.
Bese sidluleke kulo kudaba lelo sibeke sibuyele kulona ke asibhekeke manje istatement sakho. No, not mine.
Which forms part of Exhibit HH. It's Exhibit HH in brackets 1.
Ekuyingxenye-ke yale exhibit HH.
It says, I, Bongani Sandiso Ntanzi, 30 years of age, 3125 Freedom Park, extension 2. These are your names, Bongani Sandiso Ntanzi.
Sifundeka ngale ndlela mina Bongani Sandiso Ntanzi iminyaka ewu-30 ubudala 3125 Freedom Park 2 eRustenburg. Amagama akho lana uBongani Sandiso angithi?
Yeah.
Yes.
And we still have to ask you this question again. How would Lieutenant Colonel Rapudi have known your full names and surname?
Sophinde sikubuzeke lo mbuzo abese uwazi kanjani ke amagama akho nesibongo sakho uKenneth Rapatu?
I-ID yami nayo uyiphetha.
He was in possession of my ID.
And at the time, your age is given as 30 years of age. Is it correct in 2020?
ngalesa sikhathi-ke ngo-2020 oneminyaka ewu-30.
angisazi.
I can't remember.
You were born in 1990.
Was around 1990.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Your age was indeed 30 years in 1990.
Baqeda ubheka-ke ukuthi yaqinisekisa-ke ukuthi-ke ngempela iminyaka yakho yayiwu-30.
Bese unyaka mina uhlanganisa lona ngizalwa nge-2 kaDisemba. Unyaka uhlanganiswa nini?
My birthday is the 2nd of December. So when do I then add an extra year?
The address 3125 Freedom Park, extension 2, or phase 2 rather, is your correct address, is that so?
Bese kuba-ke u-3125 Freedom Park extension 2 eRustenburg ilona ikheli lapha ngithi.
Yebo ngiyabona.
Yes, I see the address.
And it's in Rustenburg.
eRustenburg.
Yeah.
Yes.
And once again, we have to ask you for the Mr. Douglas, to how will Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu have known about your address?
Sikubuze futhi-ke ukuthi-ke manje uShenel Rapadu yena-ke alazi kanjani ikheli lakho.
Amaphoyisa atangibophe, ngangibopha ngibhoqana ngibophe endlini kwasenkantolo.
Where did the police officers arrest me? They did not arrest me on the street, my lord. They arrested me at home.
Futhi yimi engibakhombe endlini engibadirect imali engifonela.
I'm the one who pointed the house out or my place of residence. I directed them when they made the telephone contact with me.
But we are asking about how we have known about your address.
Dwake lana
Uhleli no
it did that you to Kininda.
kulula kufika ngathola i-address yami namagama ami.
And it was easy for me to get address, my names and everything.
But just keep in mind the proposal that we have repeatedly put to you that in the confession where
Is the court? I don't know with what the state is doing now, whether it's retracting that question or what it's doing, because it must be very clear from the record.
well, my lord, we said we'll come back to the point. We're not proceeding with this point, my lord, at this point. Later, Carlos Buthelezi and Mapisa joined the gathering at the hostel.
Kamuva ke uCarlos Buthelezi noMapisa babeke sebefika ke nabo emhlanganweni we-hostel. My lord, I never had a gathering at the hostel.
nomaphisa lokukhulunywa ngayo mina ngimazi nocarlos lo angimazi lokukhulunywa ngayo.
Even the Mapisa and the Carlos that are being mentioned here, my lord, are unknown to me.
I was briefed that the person to be eliminated or killed was Senzo Meyiwa, and the matter is initiated by Kelly Kumalo.
Ngatshelwa ukuthi umuntu ekufanele ukuthi ke agudluzwe noma abulawe kwakusenzo Meyiwa, nokuthi ke umuntu ke owazanako ke lokhu noma ke owaqala ke lokhu kwakuKelly Kumalo.
Because ngabe langikwazi lokho ngangibhala statement.
My lord, I know nothing about that. I never wrote a statement.
Kwaye nokheli khumalo lokukhulunywa ngayo nangimazi.
Even the Kelly Kumalo that is being mentioned is unknown to me.
Yes. We'll just read that entire statement again. There's a portion that follows. I was briefed that the person to be eliminated or killed was Senzo Meyiwa, and the matter is initiated by Kelly Kumalo, who was going to make a payment for the whole job.
Ngatshelwa ukuthi ke umuntu ekufanele ukuthi ke agudluzwe noma abulawe kwakusenzo Meyiwa, nokuthi ke umuntu owezanako ke lokhu kwakuKelly Kumalo, okwakuyena ke owayezokhokhela ke wonke lo msebenzi.
Because ngabe mina ngikwazi lokho.
My lord, I know nothing about that.
Ngiphinde ngibuyele kunenkulumo engangakhondela kuthaya khunya uGeninda uthi umshushisi wetshele ikhophi uGeninda uthi ukuze afinyelele kumsola wokuqala umsola wesihlanu umsola wesine istatement manje sekuvela igama lomunye umuntu bakakekho lapha kula phakathi kwethu bese kuthiwa mina ngabhala istatement ngakho nakho sekhathi istatement angisazi awuphinde ukansi lethi mina la kunenkulumo umshushisi athi inkulumo yakho uGeninda ukuthi ukuze afike kumsola wesithathu
Ibambe lapho. There is a version here or something that was said by the state which is alleged to have come from Geninda. Ukuthi
ukuthi uzafike kumsola wesithathu indaba yestatement lesathe nangasibhala
that what led to him getting to accuse number 3, it was because of the statement that I wrote. I am saying I never wrote a statement.
umsola nomsola wesine
Accused as well as accused number 4
umsola wesihlanu
and accused number 5.
manje sekuvela igama lomunye umuntu lapha athi akekho lapha phakathi kwethu.
But now someone else's name appears here, my lord. But that person is not amongst us here.
Kodwa utshela ikhotho ukuthi uzabophe bonke abantu indaba yestatement ukuthi wangitshela ikhotho because ekade istatement angisazi.
But he is informing the court that the arrest of all the accused before the court came as a result of the statement, and I'm saying that I know nothing about the statement.
Which name are you referring to, Mr. Ntanzi?
Uyaqeda ukufundela lona le.
The one that you just read out to me now, the witness pointing at the name Kelly Kumalo.
And why are you concerned that the person is not before court?
Into ekhatha kabi leyo ukuthi ke akekho la phambi kwenkantolo.
Into engiphatha kabi.
Yes. Iyakuhlupha yini leyo nto ukuthi akekho la phambi kwenkantolo?
Mina into engiphethe kabi ukuthi wathi ngihleli lapha ukuthi ngihlala ngibulele bani. Yona into engiphethe kabi enhlizweni yami.
What is not sitting well with me is that I'm seated here before the court, not knowing as to why I'm seated here and who did I kill for me to be sitting here.
Ngoba ngisho abafuthi laba ngihlele nabo la ayikho into engidibanisa nabo.
Because even my fellow brothers here that I'm seated with here, there's no connection between myself and them outside.
Yes. But Mr. Ntanzi, you said the name Kelly Kumalo is mentioned, but it's not before court. We are asking, why are you saying that? Why are you concerned?
Uthi kubizwe igama lomuntu la bese uyalikhomba uthi leli gama leli uKelly Kumalo ukuthi kubizwe igama lana kodwa lo muntu akekho lana. kuhleli nina lana kungani usho lokho?
Ngushisa inkulumo yakho umshisa ediyasho ukuphinda lapha ekhona.
I am saying this based on what the state said, saying that it is what Geninda said before the court.
Uthi umshushisi phambi kwekhoti ukuze afinyelele kumsola wesithathu, umsola wesine, umsola wehlanu indaba yestatement.
What the state told the court was that in order to get to accused number 3, accused number 4, as well as accused number 5, it was because of the statement. The statement led them to get to those 3 accused.
Nalelinye igama liyavela kuphi-ke yena labo mntakhuluma omunye wavela bonke ababoshiwe ukubhala khona statement lona akaboshwa ngani.
Now here is the name appearing. Where is this person? Why is this person not here? Because there are other names that are appearing here in the statement, and these people have been arrested. So why was this one not arrested?
Well, this is time for the long adjournment. We will take the long adjournment. Now, Mr. Ntanzi, the question arises as to how did Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu know about all this information that appears in this statement, confession statement?
Manje ke umbuzo uthi ke lonke lo lwazi ke olulana kule statement lesi ke uKenel Rapadu wakuthola kanjani?
Kusenkantolo lamanasi.
I also don't know, my lord, sorry.
Ngoba nami kwamina imbala amagama abhalela abantu angibazi.
Because if the names that are written here of people, my lord, are unknown to me.
Yes. Let's go back to the names that are mentioned.
Asibuyele kubona ke amagama la abhaliwe.
There's the name of Muzi Sibia.
Kunegama lika Muzi Sibiya.
Do you know him?
Uyamazi?
Usibiya ngiyamazi.
I know Sibiya.
And who is it?
Ubani?
Who is he, sorry?
Ubani?
Umuzi Sibiya.
It's Muzi Sibiya.
Yes. Who is he?
Ubani?
Umuzi Sibiya makubani umuzi Sibiya.
If you say who is he is Muzi Sibiya.
Is he in court?
Ukhona la enkantolo.
Ukhona.
He is here. Here he is.
Yeah, who is he?
Umuzi Sibiya.
Muzi
No.
Sibiya. Here he is.
Yes, it's starting on your left is accused number 1, you're accused number 2 up to 5, it's accused number.
Uma uqala
Which number?
ngesithathu sakho sakho sokunxele umsolo wokuqala, owesibili, owesithathu. Okay.
Objection, my lord. What does the name Muzi Sibia in the context of this confession had to do with accused number 1? Because the law is very clear. This is what Advocate Memalo had alluded on earlier on, my lord. That the provisions of Section 219 are very clear. So I don't know what is the endeavor by the state in trying to get to know from Mr. Ntanzi as to who Muzi Sibia in the context of this confession is. Thank you, madam.
Yes, Mr. President.
I think this is, let me say this with the greatest of respect, a serious misunderstanding of the provisions of Section 219. A version that is presented must still be tested for credibility. It's got nothing to do whether the statement is admissible against any person or not. It's got to be tested against established facts, and that's precisely what we're doing. Mr. Ntanzi says he knows Moses Sibia, and we're asking him who's Moses Sibia, and he's pointing to accused number 1. There's nothing wrong with that.
This is the court, my lord. May I reply? Mr. Ntanji, the state says a version that has been presented must still be tested. What is that version that has been presented by Mr. Ntanzi that tends to talk about Mr. Sibia in the context of this question, my lord? There's none.
Yes,
What is
version?
What is happening, my lord, is the name Mr. Muzi Sibia. It's a name of a person that is mentioned in this alleged confession that Mr. Ntanzi persistently continues to distance himself from. So what is the version that the state is then referring to?
Yes, sir.
My lord, the version of this witness is that he knows Moses Sibia, and we are asking him who's Moses Sibia. That's what the witness said. I don't know if the counsel is now negating what the witness has just said.
Yes, it is the court, my lord. I think we are talking in cross purpose with the state, and I'm sorry to say that. I am saying in the context of this document that is allegedly called a confession that was made by Mr. Ntanzi.
The name of Mr. Moses Sibia, is it mentioned in the document?
Yes, my lord, it's mentioned.
But my lord, on top of that, it is not mentioned as to which Moses Sibia is that is being mentioned in that.
Yeah, but then the prosecutor asks
Mr. Ntanzi, who is Moses Sibiya? If he doesn't know who Moses Sibiya is, no problem. As a conclusion,
Thank you, my lord.
moving on, there's a name that is mentioned, Sifiso Zungu. Do you know a person called Sifiso Zungu?
Bese-ke
In this document, the name that is mentioned with Sifiso Zungu must be completed. The document says Sifiso Zungu, also known as Nkani. So you cannot ask the name Sifiso Zungu in isolation, my lord, in relation to this document.
Yes, well, my lord, I think we can break up the, if one looks at the confession, it says Sifiso Zungu, then it says comma, also known as Nkani. So we're referring to the first part, Sifiso Zungu.
Also
The-
known as.
But there's a comma.
Yeah, fine, but just call it as it is.
Yes. Very well. We'll come back to that name.
Sorry, are you through with the confession?
No, my lord.
I thought you were
No,
going to read it first, as you said.
no. We're still busy.
Alleged confession.
Yes. Nkani will be the driver. Moses Sibiya will be the guard. And myself and Carlos will get inside Kelly Kumalo's house. Maybe we'll just read the whole statement and then ask a few questions later.
I think there's a line you skipped. Sir. We ended that the whole job.
Yes, we were positioned accordingly. Thanks, Mr. Jonas. We were positioned accordingly that Nkani will be the driver. Sorry, Moses Sibiya will be the guard, and myself and Carlos will get inside Kelly Kumalo's house.
Maqhubeka ke sifunda istatement sifunda ngalendlela ke saye sema ke ngendlela ukuthi ke unkani bakuzoba umshayeli Moses Sibiya kuba uyena ke ogadayo noma ke umkaphi bese mina no Carlos singene ngaphakathi endlini yababokheli bokheli.
Yes. I think we should first read out the entire statement, then we can interpret it later, and we can then get back to the questions and answers. Yes, as we've done with all the other similar documents. Mapisa will be outside.
I'm sorry, my lord. I do not intend to interrupt unnecessarily or to cause a show. But if my memory serves me well, the statement has already been read into record by Mr. Rapari himself. So I'm not so sure what would then be the purpose of rereading what has already been read into record for the third time. Unless the record really, we want the record to go to 1 billion pages, man.
As a conclusion, it's 1/6 of one and half dozen of the other. It helps to refresh everybody's memory, but we don't mind. We can take Mr. Ntanzi line by line, as we have been doing. we were positioned accordingly that Nkani will be the driver, Moses Sibia will be the guard, and myself and Karos will get inside Kelly Kumalo's house.
Sasiminge indlela ke ukuthi unkani kwakuzoba umshayeli, Moses Sibiya kuba uyena okhaphayo, mina ke kanye noCarlos sizongena ngaphakathi ke endlini bokheli.
Because inkantolo yokuqala mina unkana ngimazi.
Firstly, my Lord, I don't know Nkani.
Okwesibili azange ngiye endlini kwaKhumalo nangazi nakwazi ukukho.
Secondly, I never went to the Kumalo household. I don't even know where it is.
Okwesithathu uCarlos angimazi.
Thirdly, I don't know Carlos.
Well, just keep in mind the evidence that you gave when the name of Karos was read out in the introduction.
Ukhumbuleke impendulo oyikhiphile noma onikeze ngayo ke ngesikhathi bekufundwa leli gama leli uCarlos lapha yana ngaphezulu lapha phezulu. Ukhumbule impendulo oyishilo.
Yebo ngiyakhumbula.
Yes, I do recall.
Ngoba igama leCross ngizwe lapha ecourt nangikhuluma ngalesi sikhathi mina ngaka-aphile prospect bengazi magama muphi.
I'm saying that based on the fact that I got to know the name Carlos here in court, but before appearing in Boksburg, I did not know the names.
Mina ngitshelwa yini phambi kwecourt amagama lawa abafuta mina bengingabazi.
It's you, the you in the plural form that that told me about the names of my co-accused. I did not know them.
As it is the court, my Lord, again, and over and above that, not being impossible in this regard, this document that Mr. Tanji is taken through on is one reason. It refers to a Karos Buthelezi, right in the middle. Now, I'm not so sure what is then the insinuation of the state to Mr. Ntanzi when he says, bear in mind the name that you gave to this Karos when you started to proffer your testimony earlier on. Because in the content of this document, there's a Karos Buthelezi that is mentioned in here.
I really don't know if we have to go back and forth, but when we read the name Karos, and we go back to that paragraph, Karos was nearby. When we read that name, Mr. Ntanzi said, I only started knowing Ngube at Boksburg Magistrate Court. That's all that we're saying. And that is the answer that Mr. Ntanzi gave. I don't know what counsel is referring to. We're referring to that portion, the answer that he gave when we asked him that name, about that name, Karos. And he stands alone. He doesn't stand with any other name or surname.
Advocate Mnisi ebeveza ke udaba lokuthi ke lana njengoba ukhulunywa ngoCarlos sikhumbule ukuthi kunalapho la kubhalwe khona Carlos Buthelezi kulokhu komshushisi akushoyo ukuthi ke ukhumbule impendulo yakho oyishilo ngaphambilini futhi ke umshushisi yena ke ufunde nje into ebhalwe la kwase kuba wena ke oqhamuka ke nokuthi ke umncube umazi nini.
Yeah, umazi mina eBoksburg.
Yes, I got to know him in Boksburg.
Yes.
Onke lamagama la ngisho phambi kwecourt nami alukwenza ngani lapha ecourt ukuthi igama elikuthi ngelikabani alukuzwa lapha ecourt.
Well, now all these names that are being mentioned here, I got to know or to hear those names here in court, that such and such a name belongs to this person.
Yes, just for the sake of the flow of evidence, we'll just repeat the previous sentence. Nkani will be the driver, Moses Sibia will be the guard, and myself and Karos will get inside Kelly Kumalo's house. Mapisa will be outside as a backup.
awudoing plan phela.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Sayiphinda ke lana bese siphinduleke. Oh, sasimi ngendlela ukuthi unkani bakuzoba umshayeli Moses Sibiya uyena ke wayezokapha mina noCarlos sasizongena ngaphakathi ke endlini kaBokheli uMaphisa yena ke wayezoba ngaphandle phecelezi ke nanjengomuntu nje oyibackup.
Ngiphinde ngisho lapha phambi kwakho ukuthi inkosi enkantolo mina abafowethu laba bengingabazi ngiqala ukubabona ngo-27 inkosi.
I'll repeat it before this court, my lord, that I did not know I did not know my brothers here. I got to know them for the first time, or to see them for the first time in Boksburg.
Kuthiwa ngabhala statement sibanga statement ngamagama abantu ongabaziyo.
It is alleged that I wrote a statement. How do you write a statement including names of people that you don't know?
Akaze ngene ngesakwathenendela ngokuphuma ngazi nakwazi ukuthi nasewastaff ngiyazi.
I never entered the Kumalo household. I don't even know where it is. Even the hostel is unknown to me.
Now, if you say you started knowing these brothers in Boksburg, which name are you referring to?
Uma uthi ke abafowethu laba waqala ukubaza eBoksburg usho awapha amagama.
Angithi beshina amagama isibongo samaphisa ngazi ukuthi mangamuphi maphisa.
You mentioned the surname of Mapisa. I don't know which Mapisa you are referring to.
Igama la Carlos enqala ukubiza lapha ecourt.
The name Carlos, I got to hear it for the first time here in court as to who it belongs to.
Igama la Nkani enqala ukuza lapha ecourt ukuthi ngelikabani.
The name Kani, I heard it for the first time here in court as to whose name it is.
Surveillance was conducted Sunday at about between 1900 hours and 2000 hours. We then proceeded to the address.
Kwabhekwa ke ukuthi ke kume kanjani ke noma ke isimo sikanjani ke kuleya ndawo. Kwasho ukuthi ke ngesonto ngaphakathi ke kuka 7 ntambama kanye ke no 8 sase sihamba ke siya kulona ikheli leyo noma kuleyo address. My lord, I never went there.
I went in with Karos and others took their positions as discussed during the planning.
Ngangena phakathi kanye noCarlos abanye ke bema ke eindaweni zabo nanjengoba ke kwakubonisweni noma ke kukhulunyiwe ngesikhathi kuhlelwa. My lord, I never went into the Kumalo household. I don't even know where it is, even today as I'm standing before the court.
When we entered the house, Karos shouted in isiZulu, "Panzi, imali, noma my cell phone." I'm sorry, "Panzi, imali, ne my cell phone."
Sathi uma singena ke uCarlos wamemeza ngesiZulu wathi phansi imali nama cell phone. No, my lord, I was not there.
Now let us go back to the sentence that starts with the word Sunday at about between 1900 hours and 2000 hours.
Uma singathatha nje umuva sibuyele la ethi khona ke ngesonto phakathi ka7 no8.
Now, one of the witnesses, Mr. Mtokozi Zitwala, testified that the incident happened on a Sunday, and this we see in the proceedings of 3 August 2023, page 12, line 5 to 6. Mr. Twala, it was on a Sunday when Senzo passed away.
Omunye wofakazi ke ufakaza bethula phambi kwenkantolo washo ukuthi ke isehlakalo lesisenzeka kungesonto athi ke kungesonto uma uSenzo wayebulawa.
wayekhona ngasimthokozisi ngosenkahleni endlela wakhumana nangangingekho.
Thokozisi was at the Kumalo household. I was not there.
And the time that is given there, between 1900 and 2000 hours, falls within the broader time estimate given by the witnesses who were in the house. Ms. Zandi Kumalo, Mthokozisi Twala.
Manje isikhathi lesi sibhalwe la phakathi kuka 7 no 8 ke ebusuku noma ntambama isikhathi ke ofakazi abakhulume ngaso ukuthi ke isona phakathi kwaleso sikhathi mabeqagela isehlakalo esenzeka ngaso.
And Mr. Tumelo Madlala.
Na kanye naye uMnumzane Tumelo Madlala, uZandi Khumalo, uMthokozisi Twala.
Siphinde sikhumbule ukuthi phambi kwecourt nakaze ngibhale statement.
We must remember that before this court, I never wrote or made a statement.
Ukuthi mina uSenzo washona ngasiphi isikhathi angikwazi lokho ngoba anangingekho nokubakho ebendla kwaphuma.
As to the time of Senzo's passing, I don't know that because I was never at the Khumalo household.
I went in with Carlos and others took their positions as discussed during the planning. These witnesses that I've just mentioned who were in the house, Ms. Zandile Kumalo, Tumelo Madlala, and Mthokozisi Twala testified that 2 intruders entered the Kumalo's house on the 26th of October 2014.
Ngangena phakathi noPatlosi abanye ke bema endaweni zabo nanjengoba kwakuhleliweke noma kwakushiwo ngesikhathi kuhlelwa manje ke ofakazi laba esembashilo uTumelo Madlala, uMthokozisi Twala kanye naye ke uZandi Khumalo ngesikhathi bethula ubufakazi laphambi kwenkantolo basho ukuthi ke kwangena abantu ababili endlini.
And
Bayabaza abantu abangena endlini. Ngoba kwakhumala bathi kwangena umuntu oyenela, kwangena omunye oyenetshela. Manje nangangingekho la, kwangena tshela 2014.
They know the people that entered the house. They alleged that one of the people that entered the house had dreadlocks, the other had a beard. Now, I did not have a beard in 2014, and I never entered the Khumalo household. Secondly, I would like to emphasize before the court, I never made a statement, my lord.
Now, Ms. Zandile Khumalo and Mr. Tumelo Madlala have identified you in court as one of the 2 persons who entered the household of the Khumalos on the 26th of October 2014 as the taller one compared to the one who was armed.
Ofakazi ababili uTumelo Madlala, uZandi Khumalo ngesikhathi ke bela enkantolo bezokuthi ubufakazi bakhomba ke wena uhlezi laphayana bathi ke uomunye walabo ababili abangena laphayana bakhumalo ngalela langa lange-26 October 2014 nokuthi ke wena ke lo owawumude uma uqhathaniswa nalo omunye owayehlomile.
Lokho inkosi enkantolo kwakufanele bangikhomba bayile ofisini namshushisi njengoba lokwabe noma khosoke beyile ofisini lapha.
Yes, they had to point me out because they went to the prosecutor's office, just like Sifiso and Makosonke had gone to the prosecutor's office. And they claimed or alleged that the person that entered the Khumalo household had a beard. I did not have a beard in 2014. And they said that the person or the people that entered the Khumalo household had a beard, had a gold tooth, and had dreadlocks. I did not have dreadlocks, I did not have a gold tooth, as well as a beard. I also made mention of the fact that if upon my arrest I was found to have dreadlocks, a gold tooth, as well as a beard, those are the things that you were going to mention in court, but I was not found with any of those.
We have already posited to you that Ms. Zandi Kumalo and Tumelo Madala mentioned that the second intruder, who was taller, had an O-shaped beard, and they identified you as the second intruder.
Bese sishilo ke ukuthi ke uZandi Khumalo kanye naye uTumelo Madala basho ukuthi owesibili kulabo babili abangena endlini wayenentshebe eyekekeleze umlomo nokuthi futhi ke bakhomba la enkantolo.
Nkosi enkantolo ngangenatshelo 2014.
My Lord, I had no beard in 2014,
Ngangenaswayini futhi 2014 kulesi sithombe esiveze lapha ekhona.
as well as the soul patch, my Lord. On the photo that was indicated here in court, I did not have the soul patch.
Well, you mentioned that they had Ms. Zandile Kumalo and Tumelo Madala had to point you out as they came for a consultation at the offices of the Director of Public Prosecution. How is their consultation connected to your identification?
Uyasho ke ukuthi bakufanele ukuthi bakhombe ngoba baya ehhovisi kaMshushisi. Ukuthi baye ehhovisi kaMshushisi nokuthi bakhombe enkantolo kuhlangana kanjani?
Akuthi kuhlangana kanje ngoba lapha ecourt into engaveza ngathi uzumla i-witness kodwa esitatimende sakho khona ukubhala izithombe ngenombolo uzovela photo.
I made mention here in court that Zungu is a witness, but he was able to identify the photos through numbers. How was he able to do that?
Njengoba nogwala njeyile kuwe wambuza konke khona anqaba wathi akahambe ekhaya ucabanga kahle ngoba wethu uzogwala hambe ekhaya ucabanga.
Just like Kwabeni came for consultation as well, and you had to send him back when you had asked him, and he denied what you were asking him. You then asked him to go back home and think thoroughly about this.
Well, be it as it may, the two witnesses, Ms. Zandile Kumalo and Tumelo Madala, identified you based on their own observations.
Kusekuloko ke uTumelo Madala kanye naye uZandi Khumalo kwaba ukubuka nje kwabo noma ukubheka kwabo bona base ke beyakhomba.
Akulona iqiniso.
That's not true.
Mr. Tumelo Madala also testified that the incident was on a Sunday. This we see in the proceedings of 7 August 2023. Line 14, Mr. Madala, it was on the 26th, it was on a Sunday.
Kufakazi bakhe uTumelo Madala washo ke ukuthi ke isigameko senzeka kungesonto.
Kusho umuntu wayekhona kodwa ngangengekho.
Yes, that is said by someone who was there. I was not there, my Lord.
Carlos shouted in Zulu, Panzi, imali ne my cell phone.
Wamemeza uCarlos ngesizulu wathi phansi imali nama cell phone.
Ngangengekho mele mezimethi phansi. Angingekho.
I was not there when he shouted phansi. I was not there.
Kuthiwa phansi not phansi. Phansi. Ngendlela engizwa ngathi ushishise uthi phansi not phansi.
Ukulungisa mina angazi ngithi phansi ngifunda ngale ndlela ebhalwe ngayo. Angazi ngithi phansi ngithe ibhalwe phansi la nami ngithe phansi.
What is he correcting?
He's saying I said phansi, but here it's written with a Z, so I said it exactly as it's written
All
here.
right, okay. But that's Mr. Dalou's intonation, because Msud.
But it's written like
I
that.
was with the pants,
It's written like that phansi, my lord,
like
not
me,
phansi.
on Zulu of Sud. Yeah, just go on.
Well, this is what the witnesses who were in the house testified, that the dreadlock intruder shouted in isiZulu, demanding cell phones and money.
Yiloko kokwashiwo kofakazi ukuthi ke abantu abangena endlini basho kanye lokhu ke uma bengena endlini besho ke ukuthi imali nama cell phone. Yikona kwashiwo akusho umshushu ukuthi lokho okubhalwe la yinto eyakhulunywa ngofakazi la enkantolo ukuthi labo ababili abangena bathi imali nama-cellphone.
Hayi mina ngazi ngangingekho lapho Nkosi enkantolo.
I don't know, I was not there, my lord.
Futhi angizange nje ngaze ngadibana nasemhlabeni umuntu kuthiwa uCarlos usemagrawundini ngisho ukuba zange ngadibana.
I've never come across a person called Carlos, even at the fields or wherever. I've never come across such a person.
Now, once again, the question to you, Mr. Ntanzi, is how will Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu have known about this information?
Manje-ke uLieutenant Colonel Rapadu ukwazi kanjani lokhu kubhalela?
Nkosi enkantolo angimazi umana kwami mina ngikwazi.
I don't know, my lord, because even myself, I don't know this.
Ngoba mina ngibhalanga statement.
Because I never wrote a statement.
I started collecting cell phones and cash that was in the container.
Ngase ngidala-ke ukuthi ngihlanganise noma ngithathe-ke ama-cell phones, umakhalekhukhwini kanye nemali ezaziba i-container.
Mina Nkosi enkantolo ngazi ngangingekho lapho.
I don't know, my lord, I was not there.
You see, Mr. Ntanzi, the witnesses who were in the house did not mention that the intruders collected cash that was in the container.
Uyabona uMnumzane Ntanzi, ofakazi ababephakathi endlini abakushongo lokhu ngesikhathi-ke bela enkantolo bethi ubufakazi ukuthi-ke kubantu laba abangena ukhona-ke owathatha imali eyayikwi-container.
Now, your version is that the police came with this statement that was already written.
Manje-ke eyakho inkulumo ithi amaphoyisa afika nale statement esasesiqediwe ukubhalwa.
But none of the witnesses mentioned that there was cash that was taken in the container.
Kodwa kukho noyedwa kofakazi owakusho ukuthi kunemali eyathathwa.
Ngiphinde ngiphendule phambi kwakho. Mina Nkosi enkantolo akaze ngibhale statement.
If I were to repeat, my lord, I never wrote a statement.
Leyo nkulumo eyibuza la phela ibuza uGininde nobaba uRaphatha okuyibona abanikazi bale ngicwela la.
That statement or that question should be posed to Gininda and Rapadu as the people who have knowledge of what is contained in here.
Mina ngishilo phambi kwakho la ngibhale statement. Okwesibili statement esikhuluma namagama bathi amagama tabengingabazi nabazi.
I did say that I never wrote a statement. Now this statement makes mention of names of people that are unknown to me.
And some of those people happen to be the accused before this court.
Abanye balabo bantu labo wena lokhuluma ngabo noma ke lamagama othi-ke abasolwa phambi kwenkantolo.
Ngithi mina amanye amagama abizwa la statement ngiqala ukwezwa la ecourt ukuthi igama likabani angazi ngithi nestatement.
I am saying that the names that are mentioned here, I started to know as to who those names belongs to here in court. I know nothing about the statement.
Whilst I was still busy, Senzo jumped to Carlos and the struggle ensued where one shot went off and the second shot hit Senzo as the firearm was pointed at his chest.
But nathi-ke ngisenza lokho njengoba ubusho ngaphambili ukuthi noma iyasho ngaphambili ukuthi ngithatha imali, ngathi-ke ngisebhizi-ke ngalokho uSenzo wasejompa-ke eya kuCarlos yila abaqala khona-ke ukulwisana, saqhuma-ke isibhamu saphinde saqhuma futhi-ke uma siqhuma okwesibili-ke samshaya uSenzo nanjengoba isibhamu sasikhombe esifubeni kuyena.
Nkosi enkantolo mina ngikwazi.
My lord, I don't know about that.
Azange ngibhale statement Nkosi enkantolo.
I never wrote a statement, my lord.
Lesibhamu sasiqhuma ngangingekho lapho.
In the shot that went off, my lord, the firearm that went off, I was not there.
You see, the fact that shots were fired, and in particular that 2 shots were fired, accords with what the ballistic experts Lieutenant Colonel Mangena testified about.
Lokhu kokuthi ke isibhamu saqhuma nokuthi ke saqhuma ke amahlandla amabili lokho kuyahambisana ke nobufakazi ke bongoti beyibhamu uLieutenant Colonel Mangena.
kufanele kuhambisana ukuthi mangene umngane kaGineta basenza ngamaphoyisa okanye.
It has to accord. Is Mangena not? Oh, Mangena is Geninda's friend. They are all police officers. They work together.
Futhi uGineta itatimende benazo zonke mina madala zozandi zobabantu babesendile benazo itatimende lakhona.
And Geninda was in possession of the statements of the people that were in the house. Sandi Kumalo, Tumelo Madlala.
And the witnesses who were in the house in particular, Ms. Zandile Kumalo and Tumelo Madlala, testified that there was a struggle between the late Mr. Senzo Meyiwa and the dreadlocked intruder who was armed.
Nobufakazi ke babo abantu babesendlini oDumelo Madlala oZandi Khumalo bashilo ke kubufakazi babo ukuthi kwakukhona ke kuliswana kwakukhona ke phakathi kwakhe uSenzo Meyiwa kanye ke nalo owangena ke owaye nama dreadlocks.
Kusho abantu babesendlini ngathi.
That's what the people in the house were saying, not so. I was not there.
And that Mr. Senzo Meyiwa was shot in the process.
Nokuthi ke ukona ke lokho wabe seyadubuleka ke uSenzo Meyiwa.
Mina ngangingekho lapho futhi angibona ngibona babe khona.
I was not there. I did not see. They are the ones that were there.
And the statement continues. The second shot hit Senzo as the firearm was pointed at his chest. The post-mortem report, as well as the evidence of the ballistic expert, Colonel Mangena, confirmed that the deceased was shot in the chest. The pathologist also came and testified to this effect.
Ukuthi ke isibhamu sakhuma ke ihlandla lesibili wabe seyadubuleka ke esifubeni uSenzo ubufakazi beyibhamu noma bakheke uLieutenant Colonel Mangena kuyaqinisekisa lokho kanye futhi ke nodokotela ke la umzimba ke ubhekwa khona ke kubheka ukuthi kwakuyini imbangela yokushona kwakhe nabo ke baqinisekisa ke lokho ukuthi ngempela wadujuka esifubeni.
Ngangingekho mina nakwezwayo lokho lezinto.
I was not there when all of those were performed.
I ran out with the money and the cell phone, leaving cars behind. While Mapisa ran into the house.
Nga baleka ke noma ngagijima ke ngiphuma nayo ke imali kanye cell phone ngishiya ke uCarlos ngasemuva Mapisa yena ke wabaleka wangena phakathi endlini.
Kuze abantu lamangena khona.
My Lord, I was not there.
Futhi angizange nje ngibe nomuntu othiwa uMaphisa ngiphile ngami.
And I've never interacted with a person called Mapisa in my life.
Now, as we have just posited to you that none of the witnesses testified that any of the intruders ran out with money. Now, if you say the police came with this version that was already written down, where will that information have emanated from?
Akukho noyedwa kofakazi ababizwa la enkantolo abethula ubufakazi ukuthi ke kunomuntu owaphuma ephuma nemali kulokhu kulenkulumo yakho ke yokuthi amaphoyisa eza nalokho sekubhaliwe amaphoyisa akuthola kuphi ke lokho.
Mina ngazo ngoba ngithenda phambi kokuthi ngibhale statement.
I don't know because I said before the court that I never wrote a statement.
Mina ngeke ngasho ngathi lapho court kusengoyimithi.
I did say that here in court, what's happening here is that lies are coming out here in court.
Ngoba nasi statement sinamagama abantu magama bengabasifutha manje court ngibhale statement njeni court ngibhale statement.
Because here it is before the court that he has a statement with names that are mentioned, and I told the court that people that are unknown to me, and I told the court, or informed the court that I never wrote a statement.
I then proceeded directly to the silver Polo was parked
ngase ngiqhubeka ke ngiya la ipolo esilver eyayime khona
Constable Zungu has testified about the silver polo.
uConstable Zungu ubethululeke ubufakazi ngepolo elisilver.
Mina ngilazi.
I have no knowledge of a silver polo.
I waited in the car with Nkani. Yes. Within a short period of time, I was joined by Karos, Muzi Sibia, and Mapisa.
Ngalinda ke emotweni kanye naye unkani akubanga isikhathi eside kwafika ke uCarlos Musisibiya kanye noMaphisa.
Nami ngekho lapho ngosengane.
I was not there, my lord.
We then left for Phosphorus Hostel.
Sahamba saya ehostel Phosphorus.
Namhlanje ngoba ngilapha ihostel la ngiyazi hostel sePhosphorus.
Even today, as I am here, Phosphorus hostel is unknown to me.
We have already, in great detail, referred you to the evidence of Constable Zungu to the effect that he saw you and other accused at the hostel. Phosphorus Hostel.
Bese sikhulumile ke nawe malake nodaba ke lokufakazi bakhe uConstable Zungu ukuthi ke wakubona ke wena kanye nabanye abasolwa ehostel Phosphorus.
Ngayitshela ikhona tunamanga kulona iqeda sole.
I will tell the court that that's a lie, that's not true.
Ngoba ugwabile ungenile lapha ekhotho umakhosi okungena lapha ekhotho usibiye ukhona nangekhotho. Ngangingekho 2017 mina. Lababehleli khona.
Because Kwabeni came to court, Makosonke came to court, here Sibiya seated here. In 2017, I was not there where they were, my lord.
Ngoba uZuma eqala ke ukuvakashela ugwabile ngaleso sikhathi 2017 hayi 2014.
Because it was for the very first time that Zungu was visiting Kwabeni during that time in 2017 and not 2014.
Nenkulumo kaZungu, nenkulumo kaMakhosoke, nenkulumo kaGwabile, nenkulumo kaSibili.
According to the version of Zungu, sorry, Kwabeni, Makosonke, as well as Sibiya.
What is Makosonke's other names and surname?
Amanye amagama kaMakosonke nesibongo sakhe, uyawazi?
Namazi uMakhosoke nemamqala kuthiwa naye wasindeke igama lakhe iphelele mina.
I only know him as Makosonke when I met him for the first time in Rustenburg. I don't know his full name.
Ngisho ummeli wami nje ngibuza ukuthi ubani Andres Makhosoke ngangithi ngimazi kodwa ngigcine sengimtshela uMakhosoke futhi lo ngimthola Rustenburg.
Because even when my legal representative asked me as to who is Andres Makosonke, I then said I don't know the person. But I then ended up saying, oh, is it not the Makosonke that I met in Rustenburg?
The question once again, Mr. Mtanzi, is how will Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu have known about this information that is contained here?
Umbuzo futhi ke mnumzane Ntanzi ukuthi ke lokhu okubhaliwe lana ke ukwazi kanjani uKolonel Rapadu?
Angimazi nkosengane.
I don't know, my lord.
Ngoba uGininda kade kwakuthiwa fanele ukuze uGininda la ukwazi kanjani.
Because Gininda was here, that's something that should have been asked to Gininda as to how did he get to know about this.
Karos took the cash and the cell phone from me. At the hostel, I received an amount of 15,000 cash.
uCarlos wathatha ke imali kanye futhi ke nemakhalekhukhwini kumina. Ehostel ngathola imali ewu-15,000 cash.
Nkosengatola azange kwenzeka.
My lord, that never happened.
Futhi azange nje ngaze aba nomngane kuthiwa uCarlos.
And I've never had a friend called Carlos.
Futhi ayikho imali angayina umuntu kuthiwa uCarlos.
And there was never money that I received from a person called Carlos.
Now, if you say the police came with a statement that was already written down, how would they have known about this information involving you receiving money as stated here?
Uma kuwukuthi ke amaphoyisa ezake nalokhu sekubhaliwe ke phansi, amaphoyisa akwazelaphi lokhu kakhulukazi lokho kubhalwe lana ke le mali owayithola ebhaliwe la.
engayithola
Mhlawumbe ngizonga kahle angiphinde ngifunde la. Hostel ngathola imali ewu-15,000 cash. Uthi ke umshushisi mayibuza ukuthi ke uma kuwukuthi ngale ndlela okhuluma ngayo amaphoyisa yiwona abhala lokhu akuthathaphi lokhu.
angikwazi kosenkantolo ngoba first oqala nehostel angiyazi
I don't know, my lord, because firstly I don't know the hostel
futhi ayikho imali engangayithola ngangineza ukuzokhokha
and there was never money that I received. There was no money that I received from a person called Carlos.
I then left with Nkani to Johannesburg, where I slept over.
Ngase ngihamba ke nonkani ngiya eGoli, Johannesburg, la engalala khona.
nangelanga le-1 ayikho bangahamba khona umuntu othiwa unkani
Not a single day, my lord. There was never an occasion where I traveled with a person called Nkani.
The following day, Nkani took me to Davidton, where I stayed for some days.
Ngelanga elilandelayo wangihambisa unkani wangisa eDavidton la engahlala khona ke izinsuku noma amalanga.
kosenkantolo angimazi umuntu othiwa unkani eDavid wala ngiyazi
My lord, I don't know a person called Nkani. Even Davidton is unknown to me.
How will Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu have known about this information?
Manje ke uKolonel Rapadu wakwazi kanjani lokho?
umbuzo omuhle obakade khona la
Athe-
khona noGilinda
That's a good question because he was here, him and Gininda.
ngoba kwamina ngqo angiyazi kwayazi David wona lo muntu othiwa unkani lo angimazi ngaze ngihambe umuntu othiwa unkani
Because I don't know Davidton, even the person that is mentioned here, Nkani, I've never been in the company of this person called Nkani.
Now, your version goes further to say the police came with a written version. How will the police have known about this information?
Manje ke inkulumo yakhe yaqhubeka ke ithi amaphoyisa eza kuwena nento eyayiseyibhaliwe iqediwe. Manje ke akwazi kanjani lokho obhalwe lana into ayazi kanjani amaphoyisa.
ingoba nami ngithi nje angazi mina bangibhala statement
That is why I'm saying, or as I am saying that I don't know, because I never wrote a statement.
ngoba ngisho David lokhuluma ngayo mina ngiyazi ukuthi ibhuku David
Because even the Davidton that you are referring to, I don't know where Davidton is.
Nkani later returned and took out an amount of 30,000 and gave me.
Wasebuya ke unkani wakhipha ke imali ewu-30,000 wanginikeza yona.
kosenkantolo awunamali engane umuntu othiwa unkani
My lord, there is no money that I was given by a person called Nkani.
He further directed me to the taxis to my residence.
Wasengikhombisa ke amatekisi aya la engihlala khona.
kosenkantolo azange ngikholiswe amatekisi nazange ngikholiswe umuntu futhi othiwa unkani amatekisi
My lord, I was never directed to taxis, and I was never directed to the taxis by a person called Nkani.
Once again, how would Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu have known about this information?
Manje ke uKolonel Rapadu wayezokwazelaphi lokho?
angazi ngoba ayikho ingxoxo yabaphakathi kwami naye
I don't know because there was never a discussion between myself and him.
And your version, as far as you say that Brigadier Gininda came with a statement that was already prepared, written down, how did the police know about this information?
Nanjengoba usho ke ukuthi ke uBrigadier Gininda weza nosekubhaliwe phansi. Amaphoyisa ke akwazelaphi lokho?
angazi
I don't know.
angithi uGilinda bopha abantu abaningi nogwabeni babophile omakhosi babophile sizokwazi ngathi ikhuluma leyo ithathaphi
Isn't it that Gininda arrested many people? He arrested the likes of Makosonke, arrested the likes of Gwabeni. So how will we know as to where he got this version from?
As there was dissatisfaction about the money, it led to a meeting to be held in the homelands at Emma Sabatini.
Nanjengoba ke kwakukhona ke
Well, it's written Emma Hlatini.
Hlatini.
Sorry, Emma Hlatini.
nanjengoba kwakukhona ke ukungagculiseki ngayo imali lokho kwaholela ke ekuthini kube no sorry kube nomhlangano obanjwayo emakhaya eMahlatini
Nkosi mina ngikwazi ukubona semahlathini angazi ukuthi kuphi.
I don't know, my Lord. Even Emathatini, I don't know where that is.
Futhi azange ngaba ne-meeting emahlathini.
And I've never had a meeting or had a meeting at Emathatini.
It escalated to such an extent that Muzi Sibia had leaked information about the incident in brackets, murder of Senzo Meyiwa, close brackets.
Indlela ke ekwabungayo noma ke ekwabushube ngayo ke ukuthi umuzi kwazi kwabe ukuthi umuzi Sibiya wase ekhipha ke ulwazi phecelezi ke information mayela nesigameko ukushona kuka Senzo Meyiwa.
Nkosi enkantolo ngikwazi.
My Lord, I don't know about that.
It escalated to such an extent that, Njabulo and Lulama had an argument with Musi Sibia, where a meeting was convened by the family headed by Moses' father.
Unjabulo nolulama baba ke nokuphikisana ke ngamazwi noma ke phecelezi ke ngesilungu i-argument ukubabana ke okukhona kanye nomuzi Sibiya la khona ke ekwaba nomhlangano ke womndeni noma ke umndeni wabiza umhlangano lowo ke owawuholwa ubaba kaMusi.
Siphinde nkosi enkantolo akaze ngibhale statement ngiqala ngalo answer le.
My first answer, my Lord, is I never wrote a statement.
Number 2, lolu lama okhulunywa noNjabula angibazi.
Secondly, the Jabulo and Lulama that I mentioned are unknown to me.
Now, once again, we have to ask you, Mr. Ntanzi, how would Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu have known about this information?
Siphinde sibuze futhi ke ukuthi ke uKenel Rapadu ukwazelephi lokho.
Angazi nkosi enkantolo.
I don't know, my Lord.
Ukininda mthanga maphendula kangcono.
Maybe Gininda can give a better answer.
And
Mawuba ngathiwa ngikhumbula kahle nestatement sikaGwabini sinawo lamagama laba abantu laba na ukuthi ngoba nomhlala statement sikaGwabini.
Because if I remember well, even Kwabeni's statement also has the same names that a meeting was held, or about a meeting that was held.
what is Gwabeni's name and surname?
Igama la Kwabeni nesibongo sakhe ngubani?
uGwabini ngithi.
It's Kwabeni, not so Zungu.
Yes. The other name?
Elinye igama lakhe?
Ngiqala ukulizwa lapha ekhona nelizwa ngosifiso bengalazi igama ngosifiso nekhodi ngayitshela uGwabini bengingamazi ngosifiso.
I heard it for the first time here in court that his name is Fiso. I didn't know that his name was Fiso. I even told the court that I did not know the Sifiso name.
So his name is Sifiso Zungu.
Igama lakhe uSifiso Zungu.
Namazi uGwabini Zungu ngiqala ukulizwa lapha ekhona ngosifiso Zungu.
I know him to be Kwabeni Zungu. I only got to know here in court that he's Fiso Zungu.
You recall that earlier on there was reference in the first paragraph to Sifiso Zungu and also known as Ngani.
Uzokhumbula ke eqaleni uma qala ukufunda istatement lesizwe inala bekufunda khona ke kwathiwa Sifiso Zungu waziwa nangelikankani. Yakhumbula ngikazi besifunda istatement uqasha qala ukufunda istatement ufundwa amagama. Kwafunda igama uSifiso Zungu waziwa ngelikankani. Uyakhumbula nje?
Hayi mina umuntu engimazi uGwabini nje igama lakhe Zungu angilazi igama lakhe kwanje lasifiso ngilizwe lapha ekhona.
The person that I know is Kwabeni Zungu. I don't know his other name. The name Sifiso, I got to know about it here in court.
Well, you've heard that the statement of Mr. Sifiso Gwabeni Zungu was only obtained on the 24th of June 2020. This is after this statement was made on the 19th of June 2020.
Wezwa noma uzwile ukuthi ke istatement sakhe uGwabeni Zungu senziwa nge-24 kuJune 2020. Kusemuva ke ukuthi lesi sona ke istatement senziwa sona senziwa ngeyi-19 zikajuni.
Objection, my lord. I think that should also be put in its proper context. That Mr. Gwabeni Zungu disavowed the content of that statement. It can therefore not be said that that was his statement. The state was called on a many occasions to prove that statement. The state was unable. It failed to prove that that is statement that belonged to Mr. Gwabeni. So therefore, this witness cannot be confronted about a version that is not true.
My lord, just to add on that, the said statement was obtained in terms of the provisions of Section 204 of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977, and it does not pass muster in terms of those provisions. Thank you.
Well, my lord, the effect of the matter, Mr. Ntanzi says the information that we've just read out to him is also contained in the statement of Gwabeni Zungu. Now we are putting it to him that at that point, on the 19th of June 2020, when this statement was made, the statement of Gwabeni Zungu was not yet obtained. That's all that we are saying. Do you have any comments?
Again, my lord, I don't think that it will be proper for the state to refer to that statement because, as I've raised this earlier on, we don't know the status of that witness, and the court has directed that we don't know the status of that witness, that is Gwabeni. Gwabeni, when that statement was obtained, we don't know his status, whether he was an accused, a suspect, or a witness, and the court directed that Brigadier Gininda is going to be called later to clarify the position, and we are going to be given opportunities as the defense to cross-examine Brigadier Gininda when he's before this court at that time. Thank you.
Udaba-ke lolu lwalo statement-ke ukuthi-ke baqala futhi umthushisa ngasomunye ngaso-statement uyasho kumthushi ukuthi wena-ke ukhulume nge-statement sika-Gwabeni ukuthi-ke la magama lana-ke akhona ngaso-statement sika-Gwabeni.
Ngoba mina ngisiya umuntu wasoshumayeleni. Angisiya wasehlabathini zigodi ehlukene. Mndeni ukuthi ne-meeting mndeni abasibiya ngendawo angingekho nokubakho lapho.
I am not from the area called Oshumayeleni or Sabatini. That there was a meeting, a family meeting held by the CBS. That does not concern me, or I'm not a part of that.
My lord, I think what is on record is that Brigadier Gininda testified that on the 19th of June 2020, when this statement was made, he was not even aware of the name of Sifiso Zungu.
Which statement was made?
On the 19th of June 2020.
Yeah, whose statement was that?
The statement of he was not aware of the name of Sifiso Gwabeni Zungu.
I see.
Akushoyo kumthushisa ukuthi-ke inkulumo kaBrigadier Gininda mawubufakazi bakho uBrigadier Gininda watshela inkantolo ukuthi ngesikhathi i-statement lesi sange-19 zikajune 2020 senziwa igama likaSifiso Gwabeni Zungu kwakuyigama wayengalazi yena.
Now, let's put it differently, Mr. Ntanzi. If you say that this information that's contained here could have been gleaned from Sifiso Gwabeni Zungu, the evidence is that the police, in particular Brigadier Gininda, was not aware of Mr. Sifiso Zungu on this day, the 19th of June 2020.
Kule nkulumo oqeda-ke ukuyisho noma-ke kuloko oqeda ukuphendula manje ukuthi-ke la magama lana ashiwo lana akhona-ke nakwisitatimende sakhe uGwabeni nokuthi-ke naye-ke lapha ukhulumeleke ngomhlangano. Ubufakazi bukaBrigadier Gininda bona nkathi etshela lenkantolo wathi ngaleli langa leli kwenziwa le statement ngeyi-19 zikajune 2020 wayengalazi igama likaSifiso Gwabeni Zungu. That's news to me now.
going through your phone book, there is a contact. It's contact number 140, Sifiso Zungu, with the number 060 754 7895.
Uma kubhekwa ke contact number
It's contact number 140.
uma kubhekwa ke ama contact ke la ku 140 kunalena uSifiso Zungu number 060 754 7895.
Yebo ngiyayibona.
Yes, I see it.
Who is this? Is that Gwabeni?
Ukwabeni lo.
Cha.
No.
Ngathi ngale number ngisakhumbula noma ngiyasifisula bengisebenza nabo aseNewcastle. Manje ngapha eceleni sibhalo ngempela sibhalo ukuthi Maphisa. Ngibalo lebhalo ukuthi Maphisa la sibhalo.
I did say that I don't know or I can't recall whether this was the Sifiso that I worked with in Newcastle. But now on the side, it's written there with a pen, Maphisa. Who wrote that?
Those are our own notes. We only referred you, Mr. Ntanzi, please don't digress. We referred you to the entry 140, Sifiso Zungu, and we asked you, do you know that person?
Logo? I'm not way to learn.
Inamba kakwabeni nasikhathi ibhalo ukuthi Zungu. Nansi inamba kakwabeni nayo Zungu. Igcina ngo12. Inamba kakwabeni le.
Yes, Kwabeni's number, it ends with a 12. It is written Zungu.
Lena kaSifiso Zungu. Ngasho phambi kodwa ngisakhumbula ngale Sifiso bengisenza nabaseNewcastle wakwaZungu eNewcastle ngisakhumbula la.
I did say with regards to this number, whether this is, I can't remember whether this is the Sifiso Zungu that I worked with in Newcastle. I can't remember.
Ngoba phela mangifunda into ebhale yonke nenamba yakho la sekubhale ukuthi Maphisa eceleni ngaphi ukuthi ngibona sebhathi Maphisa la eceleni duza nale number.
Because I just see now the Maphisa written on the side next to the number.
We just told you that those are our own notes.
Sikutshelile ukuthi ama notes nje kwethu into esiyibhalelayo
We're
ukuthi
only asking you about Sifiso Zungu.
besikubuza nje kuphela ngoSifiso Zungu.
Kuhlala kunjalo kuhlala kunjalo mawuzophinda ukhanda into ugena ufuna ukuyiphasa abantu kodwa ngiyayiphasa le nto sokuyikhanda.
That's always the case when you come up with something or you cook something and you bring it before court. It won't succeed because that's something that you've cooked.
Yes. I just need to confirm that.
My Lord, as my colleagues are confirming, I just want to be a bit quarrelsome. There was a point Mr. Messi wanted to approach me for just a small de minimis item, and then the court shouted at us that what we are doing is unbecoming, you're not supposed to do so without getting permission from the court. This has been happening all the while. I understand that the good doctor is assisting Advocate Banoi, but for the same conduct that they are whispering and the witness is left hanging there, the court shouted at us. But I'm just saying, I'm just being quarrelsome.
Yeah, because I don't hear the discussion like I used to hear it when you were speaking with your colleague.
We will continue, my Lord. I can't believe this, my Lord. But be that as may, we were still busy with the portion where it is stated here that Njabulo and Lulama had an argument with Moses Bia, where a meeting was convened by the family, headed by Moses' father. You then responded by saying that Gwabeni also mentioned this fact in his statement.
Besisafunda lana
Did I hear you correctly?
besisafunda lana ke sisho khona ukuthi kwaba nomhlangano ke uNjabulo kanye noLulama ke kukhona ke ukuphikisana kanye noMoses Sibiya la kwaba nomhlangano khona ke umhlangano owahola uyeni baba kaMuzi ila onikeze ngempendulo khona ke uthi lamagama la akhona na kwi statement esikaGwabeni.
isikole statement abathi Senzo nawe nambazi laba bantu laba.
Yes, these people are unknown to me, but I heard these names in Kwabeni's statement. Yes.
Nemihlangano wawukhona mina ngazi ngisho nonke imihlangano kwasibiyane mawajana.
Even the meetings that were held, I don't know about them because there's no way that being a Ntanzi, I would go and involve myself with meetings of the Sibia family.
Well, we have just...
Sorry, my lord. Sorry. It's just a slight correction. Sorry, Mr. Jonas. I heard Mr. Ntanzi saying in the statement that it is said that was done by Mr. Kwabeni.
Fine.
I am saying that Mr. Ntanzi said, I heard this name in the statement that it is said was made by Mr. Kwabeni. And then, unfortunately, you said in the statement of Mr. Kwabeni. I don't know if you're able to follow me. I'm trying to correct the record of what these witnesses just said. Yes.
I don't know, Mr. Jonas. Okay. He told them to keep quiet about the incident of the killing of Senzo Meyiwa. The family agreed about the conspiracy to keep quiet about the incident. The matter was never reported to the police. I then left for Carltonville and later to Rustenburg.
Yaqhubeka-ke wabatshela ukuthi-ke abathuleke mayelana nesigameko lesi sokubulawa kukaSenzo Meyiwa. Umndeni wavumelana ngetulo-ke lokugcina noma ke lokuthula-ke ngalo udaba lolu. Udaba lolu alikaze lubikwe emaphoyiseni noma aluzange lubikwe emaphoyiseni. Ngabuyela eCarltonville kamuva ngaya eRustenburg. My Lord, I know nothing about that.
And how will Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu have known about this information?
Ingabe uKolonel Rapadu into ayazi kanjani lokho noma the information wayazi kanjani?
Angazi.
I don't know.
Ngaphela ukhuluma noGedinda ngikhulumane nami.
Because he is the one that was in contact with Gedinda. He was not in contact with me.
Well, Mr. Ntanzi, we put it to you that you are the source of the information that is contained in this statement that we have just gone through with you.
Siyakutshela-ke ukuthi-ke lokhu okubhalwe lana esiqeda ukufunda-ke sikufundela kona-ke ukuthi-ke kuqhamuka kuwena noma kubuya kuwena. No, my Lord, that's not true.
As a please, my Lord, we want to move on to something different. I wonder if we shouldn't call it a day at this point in time. It's close to the normal court sitting time. See, Mr. Jonas appears to be very...
Jonas is what?
appears to be perturbed.
Perturbed?
Yes.
What's perturbing?
Well, I don't know. I suppose these are the issues that have just arisen, but I think if we maybe call it a day at this point, we can then reconvene tomorrow.
Maybe at some point, my Lord, I will just have to be the choice on the matter. Maybe get someone else, my Lord.
Why is the Jonathan? You don't want to talk about it? okay.
Can't say.
Okay, let's adjourn until tomorrow. All right.